can we make our votes count as we march towards year 2027? Please, before we start off, I wish to ask that we keep our phones in the silent mode so that there are no undue distractions. I know we're all very busy persons here, and we want to keep our businesses going. So I thank you all very much for your presence. Just again to say that apart from this main entrance and exit, there are in fact two other exits from the hall in case you want to use the convenience, which is at the other extreme end of the say, I should not say extreme end. I'm a Nigerian, it's Nigerianese. At the other end of the hall, so if I say extreme end, you understand what I say, where you can use the convenience if. So let's do that about our phones, and I thank you all once again. We shall begin in earnest. We're happy to have very distinguished Nigerians here to lend some weight and support and their voices to what we are here to witness this morning. And then another appeal, those of us who are seated at the back, could we please move forward? Apart from those who want to be close to their cameras, my colleagues from the Fourth Estate of the Realm, let's move forward and occupy the first, the second and third rows. Let's move forward and occupy the third and fourth rows of the seat, but the first and second rows are reserved. So please, the part of the country I come from, we say, na togetherness, na make jollof rice full pot. So let's get together. Those who will come on later would occupy with the backbenchers, like they say in Parliament. Thank you all very much, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. May I now invite us to be upstanding for the national anthem. The national anthem, please. Nigeria, we hail thee, our own dear native land. Though tribe and tongue may differ, in brotherhood we stand. Nigerians home and proud to serve our sovereign motherland. Thank you. And while we remain standing, please could you all recite the first stanza of the national anthem, which is our national prayer. We have it projected. O God of our creation, amen. Thank you very much. We may resume our seats. Thank you very much. Most distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. We are particularly happy that our chairman has graciously joined us, a most distinguished Nigerian who has served and continues to serve the Nigerian nation and state. His Excellency, the former governor of Bayelsa State of Nigeria, today representing Bayelsa West in the National Assembly, the Senate of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Join me as we specially welcome His Excellency, Senator Henry Seriake. Thank you very much, sir, for this special honor. We are really excited to have you here. And I'm also very happy to welcome another very distinguished Nigerian who has also served the country in many capacities. We cannot list them all. But today he is the president of PANDEF. PANDEF, which takes care of the interests, political, social, economic, of the Niger Delta peoples. Let's recognize and welcome His Excellency, Ambassador Dr. Godnose Bolade Igali. Thank you very much. And of course, our chief host is here. Where is he seated, or is still trying to welcome some other guests? Perhaps we should wait for Dr. Daniel Iworiso-Maxson, the publisher of First Daily, to join us, and they would continue with the rest of the story. But I'm not the only one doing this here today. So we'll need my friend and brother, Mr. Victor Binawari, who is also here, to come on and also recognize some of our very distinguished guests who are here. Victor, please run it.
Thank you very much, Uncle Wee. Your Excellency, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we welcome you one more time to the 5th public lecture celebrating the anniversary of First Daily. I'd like to especially recognize Honorable Donald Ojogo. He is a member of the House of Representatives. Please, let's put our hands together for him. You are welcome. Would also like to especially recognize Honorable Rodney Ambawe. He is also a member of the House of Representatives. He represents, I usually would like to say he represents the largest constituency in Nigeria, because it is the largest local government in Nigeria, Southern Ijaw Federal Constituency. Please, let's put our hands together for him. You are welcome to this event. I also know that we have a representative of the Ogbia Federal Constituency, Honorable Metama Obodo. In person representing him is Otobo Osborne. You're welcome to this program. Let's put our hands together for him. I also saw the distinguished Senator Paulka Emmanuel, one that has served and still serving in every capacity that you can imagine. So let's put our hands together for Senator Paulka Emmanuel. You are welcome to this event. We also have quite a number of other distinguished guests. We have the technical assistant to the Honorable Minister on Marine and Blue Economy, Dr. Charles Okaga. Please, let's put our hands together for him. You are welcome. I also know that we have so many other guests. We're still working with our protocol to furnish us with most of the names for the distinguished guests. I know that the private secretary to the governor of Zamfara State is here representing His Excellency. Please, let's put our hands together for Mr. Femi Jato. You're welcome. Also with us here is the CEO of Royal Productions, Mr. Patrick Otoro. Please, let's put our hands together for him. You are welcome. We'd like to also especially recognize an Assistant General Manager of the Nigerian Ports Authority, Chief Sylvester Egede. Please, let's put our hands together for him. You are welcome. We would still do more recognitions as we progress on the program. And I think my boss would do the next we'll do the next recognition. I see a very special guest, but I would allow him to do that recognition.
Thank you very much, Victor. Thank you. I'm not the boss. Thank you. Oga at the top. There are other Ogas at the top, please. There is something about the word opponent. And I've been doing a bit of research to find out what we call the word opponent in our various languages. So before we call our panel of discussants, it's something I pray that we'll ruminate over. Our own indigenous languages, what do we call opponent? Is there a word that means something else apart from enemy? Because we're going to discuss politics and the march towards 2027. And while that was going on and Victor was doing the recognitions, One other very distinguished Nigerian joined us is the Dana Amana of Daura. I've had to search for that because it's resplendent in the royal robes of Dana Amana this morning. The former governor of Rivers State of Nigeria, former Speaker of the Rivers State House of Assembly, former Honorable Minister of Transportation of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Let's welcome our own distinguished His Excellency Rotimi Amaechi. Thank you very much, sir. Thanks for this special honor that you've done us today at First Daily on our 5th anniversary. I'm also very happy to welcome the former Honorable Minister of the Niger Delta Affairs, Usani U. Usani. Thank you very much, sir, for this special honor. We're indeed glad to have you here with us. Before now, when we were doing our recognitions, we said our chief host was not available, but now he's here. Please join me as we welcome Daniel Iworiso-Maxson, PhD. Thank you for playing host to us today. He's the publisher of First Daily, which before now was First News. Thank you very much. Thank you. There are other recognitions that we'll make as we go along. Are there more? Okay. Okay. Please go on.
Thank you very much. I would like to specially recognize the governor of Bayelsa State, His Excellency Senator Doyediri, ably represented by his Chief Press Secretary, Daniel Alabra. Please, let's put our hands together for him. We would also quickly like to specially recognize a former member of the Federal House of Representatives, Professor Steve Azaiki. Please, let's put our hands together for him. You're welcome. I'll not also forget former Secretary to the Bayelsa State Government, Barrister Kamela Okara. Please, let's put our hands together for him also. So we would continue with the recognitions and move.
As we go along. Thank you very much, so that we can speed up the process a bit. I realize that there are a few things that we need to do today. We'll recognize some of those award recipients or their representatives as they come in. But I know that quite a number of my friends from the fourth estate of the realm are here, friends and colleagues. There are quite a number of them. So we welcome you all because it's a media event, and so you've come in solidarity with Daniel Iworiso-Maxson to mark the 5th anniversary of First Daily and the award ceremony, and particularly so that we have some of our distinguished guests who will be speaking to some of the issues that we are going to tackle today. We know that Dr. Sam Amadi will be joining us, if he's not here already. But we also welcome you, Majid Dahiru, who is one of our discussants. Majid, thank you very much. We welcome you. Gloria Balasin, Esquire, thank you. We welcome you. Sam Itodo, is he here yet? Is he back from Anambra? The votes counted there yesterday, I want to believe, or was it on Saturday? Frank Tietie, thank you also for being a part of this process. And of course, Randy Peters, thank you also for being a part of this process. They'll all be coming up here a little later on. But meanwhile, let me invite the publisher of First Daily, Dr. Daniel Iworiso-Maxson, to welcome us all formally to this program. Please, let's put our hands together for him.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. I'm so honored to be standing here this morning to welcome you all. I'm particularly delighted that I have my boss here, His Excellency Senator Harry Seratic Dixon, who gave me the privilege to serve in his government for 8 years. And my life transformed. Overnight, I became a celebrity. And I want to believe I acquitted myself well, sir. Because everywhere I go, people still remember the things that we did in government. So I'm so grateful, sir. Thank you for coming, sir. Let me also recognize His Excellency, former Governor of Rivers State, who is here. Sir, thank you so much, sir. In actual fact, when he drove in, you know, you expect the usual, when a big man comes, you go to the side to receive him. So I went to the owner's corner to receive him, and the door did not open. So I quickly, they oddly pointed, I said, look, he's the one driving, so I rushed down to the driver's side. This is new for me. Thank you, sir, for coming. I appreciate it. And also, His Excellency the Ambassador, Igali, thank you for postponing your trip because of me. I'm so honored. You won't understand. When he called me this morning to say, hey, guess what? I have moved my trip because of you. The Christian in me started shouting, praise the Lord. I hope you heard it. I was screaming for joy. I'm so honored. I can't possibly go around and recognize everyone, but to be honest, I'm so honored. I can see a number of my friends in the media, big men in their own rights. Eric Osage, former MD son, current MD, this Nigeria. Okeonoha, MD son. They're all here. At the time, we'll recognize them. There's a big man that is here from NPA. My very good friend, Sylvester Gede, is here. Let me save us the lengthy recognition and just go straight to welcome you all. It's okay to just say welcome and I'll step down, but let me say a few things with your permission. We have been classified, or is it documented, as a country of particular concern. I didn't really take any serious notes to it until I read that we lost 1.3 trillion naira in the stock market. Because investors seeing your country branded as a country of particular concern, that automatically, you know, does something to the country. Lack of trust. Then I also want to say that some time ago, not very far, they described us as fantastically corrupt. And the list just goes on and on. I think that there's a big problem with leadership in this country. And it's leadership across all levels. Our leadership recruitment process in Nigeria is faulty, and it has been faulty for a very long time. I know there are leaders here. I'm not particularly pointing fingers at any of you, but let's tell ourselves the honest truth. We have failed. We have failed. I am 55 years old. I can't remember any time Nigeria worked for me. As sad as it is, yes. I can't remember any time Nigeria worked for me. And I doubt whether I will live to see that day when Nigeria will work for me. There's a common saying that goes around, Nigeria happens to you, to us. We all have our fair share of how this country has happened to us. Look at the killings going on every day in the north. So we're sitting here pretty cozy. Everything boils down to leadership. And we sat down as a company when we were trying to decide on the theme of our 5th anniversary. And we said, how can we address this issue? And we realized that it's a fundamental issue that has to do with voting. That if we get it right at that level, then a whole lot of things will change. Today, in America, the newly elected mayor of New York City, 34 years old. Trump was against him. All the billionaires in New York were against him. In fact, they said if he wins, they will walk out. They will move out of New York. Guess what? The guy won. And he won massively. And I checked the statistics. 2 million voters. They have never voted in their lives before. Those 2 million voters came and voted for that young man. So those 2 million voters made the difference. The point I'm making is that no election, no politician, no matter how powerful, can rig election if we have the voters just show up on that day. I can tell you that for free. It's not possible that you have 30 million voters show up on election day to vote in the presidential election and they'll be able to rig it. How many police do they have? How many army? So the point we're making is that if our vote truly counts in this country today, a number of the guys who are sitting pretty as leaders, elected officials, they won't be there. And if votes truly count, those who are scared to come out to take part in the political process, they will come out. But as we speak today, there's no serious-minded leader who wants to, work to see change happen in Nigeria that will step out and say, I want to contest election in Nigeria today. Why? Because I can guarantee you the vote will not count. Look at what happened in a number of elections. It's appalling. I'm not the late speaker. So let me stop here by saying that there's so much we can do, even though we are gathered here, as small as we are. But there's so much we can do going out there and to enlighten the public. And that's what we need to do. And that's why I'm proud of Randy Peter. If we go around this country and enlighten our citizens on the importance of voting, it will make a big difference in our elections. And part of what we want to do beginning from next year, we want to partner with organizations and go around this country on massive voter sensitization. That's what we want to do. Because if we get it right with the voters, then we can get other things right. So on this one, I want to say welcome and thank you. But before I leave you, I'd like some slides to just show us some slides very quickly. It won't take 1 and 2. Is there? Okay. Okay. Can you all say it? Wole Soyinka said this. This was in 2021. Is it right or wrong? Because it's madness to think that Nigeria will work. The next slide, please. The next slide. Okay, this is not so clear, but if you can see, NEPA, no more blackout. They gave 1986 as deadline. Do we have regular power supply now? So nothing has changed in this country. Next slide, please. This is 1977. Fuel crisis may be over next year, meaning that it will be over in 1978. We're in 2025, for goodness sake. This is a former, go back. Go back, please, quickly. You know him. His Excellency, Governor Mishi knows him better than all of us here. 1977, he was Commissioner for Petroleum. 1977. I was born then, but I was 7 years old. Nothing has changed. Next slide, please. Let's be fast now. Just from fuel prices will soon be 70 naira per liter. What is the price of fuel today? Next slide. ASU may call off strike. 1981. They're still doing strike up to today. Nothing has really changed. Nigerians are hungry. This is about 1982 or thereabouts. The hunger has multiplied now. I brought this on purposely. Obasanjo sacked Plateau governor. It's not new. When they sacked Fubara, you think it's new. It's not. They've done it before. So nothing has changed. The next slide, I think there's a... Now, this is very interesting. George arrested over 20 naira bribe. If you know when this was around 1978 or so, that newspaper. Today, you want to know how much bribe the judges collect? I won't say it. Next slide. I think that's the end. Is that the end? Okay. The whole essence of this is that nothing has changed. And some of these things are over 50 years ago. Here we are in 2025. If we don't do something now, maybe when I'm gone, all of us are gone, this same problem will still linger. So this is not a show where we want to see full crowd, and it's not a showbiz. We want to discuss frankly here and tell ourselves the truth. My happiness is that the media is well represented. So a number of the things we'll be saying here will go out worldwide. So let's be serious and talk frankly as a nation how we can get things working for our country. God bless you all.
Thank you very much. Please, another round of applause for Mr. Iworiso Maxson. He's spoken not as a publisher, but as a journalist and reporter. You know, when they editorialize, they can be very interesting people. But quite often you see, you know, when the people we report on are boxed to a corner, they say we're quoting them out of context. So if we quote you out of context, at the end of the day, do not say we have quoted you out of context. I'm happy to see my friend and brother. The last time was in Ondo State that I saw him. He's now in the House of Representatives. And we chatted by WhatsApp the other day. Good to have you here, my very good brother, the Honorable. I have my other friends in the media who are here. I've not seen them in a while. Steve Wonsu, thank you. You're welcome. Honor Hauke, thank you also. You're welcome. Eric Osagi, Uyoba, Kuyo, you're welcome. We are also very happy to welcome Haja Aisha Tanko Yakasei. Thank you also for being a part of this process. We have quite a number of other friends who are here to join along with us. And Dr. Daniel Iworiso Maxson was talking about somebody showing some concern about us. And we have always been concerned. We are people of particular concern in this part of the world. So if people show concern, it's good now. After all, he had described us before now as people from SH1T whole country. SH1T. I didn't mention, yeah. Thank you all very much. Well, NEPA has changed though. They have potted. What you showed us was in 1986, right? This is 2025. Just the way that our political actors move from PRP to NRC, from APC to ADC, and so on. That's the way NEPA has also had a change of name. So things are changing. They are now PHCN. My friend Victor also has some recognitions. Be involved. We invite our distinguished chairman to take us on this journey.
Thank you very much. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we'd quickly like to recognize the MD CEO of Zetin Engineering, no other than Barrister Azibullah Robert. Please, let's put our hands together for him. You're welcome. We would also like to especially recognize the technical assistant to the Bayelsa State Government on sports, Mr. Alawi Opukeme. We especially welcome you to this program. Let's put our hands together for him. And I would also like to plead that every other person that we have not mentioned, you're very, very special, and we welcome you. So do well to put your hands together for yourselves too. You're welcome. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Victor. Thank you. Honorable Donald Ojo, thank you very much. Please, let's put our hands together for him. Thank you. You know, to transition from the newsroom to the National Assembly is no mean feat. I remember when he used to cover Bayelsa State for his publication. Not Bayelsa, Ondo State for his publication. And fantastic reporter. Well, we'll get to see whether the people from Ibokoda and Waterside of Ondo are enjoying your representation as we go along. Thank you very much for being a part of this process. We also welcome you, our guest lecturer, Dr. Amadi. Thank you for being a part of this morning. We welcome you back from Anambra, Mr. Samson Itodo. Thank you very much. You enabled us to make the votes count there yesterday, perhaps, or Saturday. Thank you for honoring us with your presence. Most distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I always enjoy it when he comes to speak, because most of the times he speaks off the cuff and the words flow. He's an attorney at law. He served Nigeria very well in different capacities. He was in the House of Representatives. And then went back to his people. People said, no, you'll be our governor. And so for 8 years, he was there as governor of Bayelsa State. Today, he's representing the people of Bayelsa West in the National Assembly as a distinguished senator of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Please, let's put our hands together as we welcome His Excellency, Senator Henry Seriake Dickson. Thank you, sir. Let's keep the applause going, please. At our planning stage, we said, well, our chairman will speak for about 10 or 15 minutes. Okay. But we now said, well, or more.
Or less.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much indeed. And very good morning, or now good afternoon. Morning still, to all of you. My dear friends and brothers and leaders, and particularly Your Excellency, former governor, former minister, Honorable Rotimi Amaechi, and our chairman and the leader of PANDEF, and our elder brother who is here, Ambassador Dr. Igale, and all of you, brothers and sisters, and leaders in no particular order, legislators serving and former, representatives of governors, leaders of business conglomerates, our brilliant guest lecturer. It's always a pleasure to listen to the one and only Dr. Sam Amadi, and all of you from First Daily, and in particular the editor-in-chief, our own dear Dr. Maxine Iworiso Daniel, and all of you who are part of this organization. Let me begin by thanking and appreciating all of you, and expressing not just congratulations to all of you, but to express my sincere gratitude at the invitation you extended to me, not just to be part of this event, but also the rare honor you gave to me to chair this very important occasion, your 5th anniversary lecture, and also to afford me this opportunity to make a few remarks. I would like to thank all of you, our leaders particularly, and by extension, all of you. And I've seen a very formidable Bayelsa delegation, very formidable Bayelsa delegation, and all friends of the publisher and of the organization from far and near who are here. And I want to thank you all. In particular, Ambassador Igale, who had to postpone his trip. And my dear brother, the Right Honorable Rotimi Amaechi, who is dressed appropriately in his capacity as a traditional ruler in Daura State, a traditional title holder in Daura Emirate. And by the way, I also hold a title there. I want to thank all of you for making our time to be here to show solidarity with this organization. And just before I make brief remarks. Let me say how important it is when you come into an event of this nature and we see a lot of our brothers and friends, some of them we've not, because of the activities we're all involved in. And these days, even to survive in businesses and so on, people don't rest. And so very often you don't have time to see yourselves. And so when we come here and we see all the people and leaders that even from your area you've not been able to see, but you are seeing them here, it's a good thing. So Maxon, thank you for bringing all of us together. When I saw the chief priest, Senator Polka, who did his 70th birthday, I didn't know, I only read about it, so I was delighted when I saw him here, and so goes for all of you. So I want to thank all of you for coming to show solidarity with First News and Maxon. As he has said, Maxon, the publisher, is one who, in biblical terms, if you talk about the parable of the sower, you know, there are seeds that fall on rocky soil. And every political leader, once you are in God has given you an opportunity to use your office to grow and identify and grow and build people. We all do that. Every president does it. Every governor does it. Every minister, any opportunity you have. And when you do so, please don't forget the parable of the sower. Because in that very instant, we are sowers. Maxon is one seed that fell on good soil. Yes. And is doing well. You know, not only has he added to the number of my aides who now have doctoral degrees, so many, about 10 now, from security aides to other appointees. And I'm always excited when I follow up and know the progress they are all making. But since leaving office, building on the experiences and the network that he gathered, Maxon has taken things to another level. Today we are assembled here because the organization that he founded after leaving office, I think about a year or two after leaving office, started this. In addition to going back to school to pursue a doctorate, found time to start this publication. And for every year, this organization has started in a small way, like a mustard seed. Every year, they've been organizing annual public lecture to contribute to our national discourse. And today is the 5th edition. A round of applause for Maxon and First Daily. Maxon, keep doing this. We're all with you in prayers. And I want to thank all of you, in particular, Right Honorable Amaechi, for finding time. You know how challenging it is for presidential aspirants? Okay? Crisscrossing the country, holding meetings, mostly nocturnal meetings, and even in the midst of all of that, he's able to, in this morning, wake up and dress in his Fulani regalia to join us to show solidarity. And the same goes for all of you. Thank you, Maxon. All of us will continue to support and encourage and pray for you. And it is our prayer that this publication that you've started like a small mustard seed will continue to grow. And I'm sure by the time we'll be assembling to celebrate the 6th and the 7th and the 8th and the 9th and the 10th annual lecture, at a point, everybody in Nigeria, from all parts of our country, will know when First Daily annual lecture will hold, and everyone will be looking up to it. In Jesus' name. I said parable of the sower. And for all who, by the grace of God, have become sowers or had been sowers, you know that not all the seeds that you plant fall on good soil. Some, indeed, as you are busy planting, they fall on rocky soil, on rock, and therefore cannot germinate or take root. There are others that you plant, you water, you sweat, you toil in planting. Planting takes toiling and sweating. All of us who are farmers know that. But after planting, the birds of the air, Satan, the birds of the air, and the evil influences that people open themselves to, for no reason, they will manufacture reasons and stories and create scenarios. The birds of the air, the devil will use them, even against you, the planter, or he who planted as well as he who watered. So, it's not all the seeds. Some fall on the rock. Others, the birds of the air, pick them up. And yet, there are some others that you plant and they are doing well and you are happy. But guess what? They don't bear flowers. They develop thorns. Shuku shuku. Toshuku. Shuku shuku. You are happy you are planted and you've watered. You are happy the plant is doing well. And in your own little corner, you say, thank God, oh. But while you are waiting to expect flowers, instead what you will see coming out of that plant is shuku shuku, thorns. It's all part of it. But there are very few who fall on good soil. And just few of those give you happiness. Seated here, saw a lot of you, including those of you who worked with me in government, and who still continue to be friends and to be brothers. That's the way it should be. That's the way it should be. Even the Holy Book says, love, love, love. Love your neighbor. Love your neighbor. If you can't love somebody, leave him alone. If you can't help somebody, your brother or somebody who has helped you or who is your brother, please don't hurt him. Leave him alone. Whatever you can't do, God may bring another person to do. So, Maxine, on a personal note, we are very pleased with the progress you are making. And we wish you the very best. And I thank once again all of you, leaders of Bayelsa, all of you. And Governor Meshi is here Former Minister Osani is here. I think the South-South is also eminently represented here. And let me add this spirit of solidarity is very important for any group that wants to make progress. Spirit of solidarity, encouraging and supporting one another. And for us, back home, you know what I always say, we don't have people who don't destroy you. We don't have people who don't pull down anyone. Even if you don't like the person, don't celebrate that somebody is going down. Don't. So I'm happy coming in here and seeing all of you. Well, there's a very interesting theme that First Daily has proposed that will be discussed, and we are looking forward to the discussants who we believe will do justice to the subject matter. I know that when the guest speaker, Dr. Sam Amadi, speaks to that, he will analyze all of it. And just knowing that a day or two ago, yesterday was when they concluded the Anambra elections. So it will be nice to see how the votes of the Anambra people counted or were made to count. I don't have details about that. But we have a long way to go as far as protecting the sovereignty, ring-fencing the sovereignty that our Constitution says belongs to the people. Because the only time Nigerians express that sovereignty that the Constitution rightly says is theirs is during elections. As a matter of fact, because of the importance of that notion of sovereignty that resides in the people, which periodically they donate to whoever or whichever government, for some of us, rigging of elections is the worst coup you can plan. Is the worst coup you can undertake. Yes, I know there's a lot of talk about the notion of coup and so on. We're waiting for details. But when a politician plans to write fake results, I'm not even talking of a politician having money and weaponizing the poverty and illiteracy of his people, and therefore using money to induce them. I'm not saying that is good. No, that is condemnable. But a worst form of violation of the sovereignty of the people is when politicians, governments, security agencies, and then cook election results that have no reference whatsoever to the people. In other words, the people don't even vote, but votes are written and ascribed to them. And then people say, go to court. Now, as far as I'm concerned, anyone who has planned that, anyone who has carried that out, those are the real coup makers. Because that is a coup against democracy, against the country, against the sovereignty of the people. I hope that with the efforts that we are making at the National Assembly in terms of amendment of the electoral laws, we will get to a level where that outright subversion and usurpation Other things you can argue, but to write results and use soldiers and police and INEC giving result sheets to people ahead of elections. I was governor in an opposition and fought a lot of battles to keep my state in opposition. And I saw all of this. What the average Nigerian politician calls election planning, my dear friends and fellow Nigerians, if we are honest, is conspiracy to commit crimes and commission of crimes. When they call party meetings to plan elections, ruling parties will call police officers, the top senior people, to come. Sitting with partisan politicians in the ruling parties. They will call all security services to be there. They will call INEC, the topmost INEC people, to be there to plan elections. How do we capture Bayelsa, for example? And that is what they do. And if we were in a decent country, now Trump calls us shithole country. We are not. But there are a lot of things wrong that we must, by ourselves, say, no, this is too low for us, we can't get there. You can't say you want to do elections and you give fake result sheets to my opponents, to the so-called ruling party, and they go and... That's why people decamp. That's the reason most people run there, because they want to be beneficiaries of the federal fraud, which they call federal might. So that's the situation we are faced with. And we believe that the next round of elections should make us become proud of our country. Elections should not make us look small. It should make us reaffirm our faith in the Nigerian dream and in the Nigerian project. Well, fortunately, I'm not a discussant, but I've used the opportunity that the publisher has given me as chairman to make these general remarks, which is not the first time I'm saying these things. And we should speak up, all of us shouldn't be silent. We have to all speak up, but most importantly, we also all have to do what is right in our little corners to make sure that our country gets to where we want it to go, so that leaders don't keep referring to our great country in derogatory terms. All of them doing so, and some of the clips that you saw. So thank you very much for coming and for the attention. And once again, I congratulate publisher and First Daily for the wonderful job you are doing. I thank all of you for finding time to be here to encourage and support them. And we look forward, as I said, for the days and years and months that we'll continue to celebrate First Daily. Thank you very much, and God bless you. And I believe we will have a very fruitful discussion. Thank you.
Please could we keep the applause going for our chairman? You know, I did say that when we invite him to speak, I love listening to him speak. And we had thought that it would just be for 15 minutes. He had agreed that it would take less than 15 minutes. And indeed, the vote counted for less than 15 minutes. Thank you very much, sir. We are really honored by your presence here. Federal might, we've learned now, is also federal fraud, which is not good enough. so that people will not be calling us people of special concern or particular concern and will get angry. I know that while it was going on, he had been recognized. He's a friend from way back, like they say, and I've not seen him in a long while, and he's here. Professor Steve Azaiki, thank you for being a part of this process. We are really honored by your presence. We also specially welcome you to this program, the former Director General of the Maritime Association, NIMASA, who was also a commissioner for works and also a member of the House of Representatives, is here to join us in celebrating the 5th anniversary of First Daily. Dr. Dakuku Peterside, thank you very much for being a part of what we are doing here today. We welcome you, sir. Permit me to also welcome my colleagues from Arise News. Samna Sambo, thank you. You know, they say journalists don't wear titles, so I don't know whether I should call you doctor or professor or honorable. Charles Aruka, thank you also for being a part of this. I think I cited Maokwe Ogun Yusuf a while ago. She'll be joining us up here a little later, and quite a number of other colleagues from the 4th Estate of the Realm. I have not seen Iyobo Sawugiare. He's supposed to be here representing our guild and doing one or two things for us. Thank you all for joining Daniel Iworiso Maxine in celebrating the 5th anniversary of First Daily. Just to find out if the representatives of some of our award recipients are here so that we can arrange the appropriate honors. The representative of Kevin Black, if he's not here, the representative of the managing director, I think that's the name, yeah, of the NDDC, if he's here. The representative of Dr. Ibeto, the representative of Governor Dauda Lawal of Zamfara, the representative of Governor Fubara of Rivers, the representative of Governor Doyediri of Bayelsa. Please, if you are here, please let us know, our ushers, so that we'll do the necessary honors. Please. Thank you all very much, most distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. There is a short feature documentary, a docu-feature, on how to make our votes count. That's what we'll share in a moment, and thereafter we shall welcome our keynote speaker. So if the technical guys, if you dim the light somewhat so that we can see the documentary.
In every democracy, the ballot is the voice and power of the people. It is the most potent tool for electorates to express themselves, either happily or sadly. But in Nigeria, that voice has often been silenced, drowned by rigging and marred by violence. This recurring decimal has undermined the quest for credible elections and the emergence of popular leaders across various leadership strata. As Nigeria approaches the 2027 general elections, one question echoes louder than ever. How can we make our votes count?
What they can do is that Maybe if we can go on electronic voting.
Vivas and IREB cannot help much with election integrity without the integrity of the electoral bodies. The only way to ensure impartial, neutral, honest, transparent, free and fair conduct of the elections in Nigeria is to devise a means by which the electoral personnel, these electoral bodies and personnel, by which they are appointed independently of us politicians, especially the president and the governors.
For decades, Nigeria's elections have struggled with credibility. Intimidation, vote buying, and manipulation of results have been a constant trend. All of these have scarred our democracy. It was for this reason the late President Umaru Musa Yar'Adua, while acknowledging the flaws of the 2007 elections that brought him to office, inaugurated the Justice Mohammed Uwais Electoral Reforms Committee. Sadly, the recommendations of the report are yet to be implemented to date. Despite the massive deployment of technology and adequate funding, the last general elections in 2023 failed the test of fairness and credibility.
I voted, but since I see that the vote is not count, so I stopped voting, rather than to go and bring problem from outside.
Most of the people, including me, we are not happy because the election is not free and fair.
Their work is completely poor. It was very, very poor.
If you vote APC for a year, go your house. Nobody force you come here. Go house, so look at. If you see vote another party, go ahead and house.
Both local and international election observers who monitored the polls scored INEC and its officials low. The embarrassing verdict was an indication that so much still needs to be done to sanitize the system. Security agencies, politicians, civil
electronics, that's what's up here and all over the world. A situation where we had something like a glitch, like it happened last time, should not be entertained. This time around, we must ensure that the BVAS, works and there shouldn't be any glitch of any sort. And of course, the government should be very, very pragmatic as in trying to ensure that the law enforcement agencies, are at their best to ensure that hoodlums, don't snatch ballot boxes and, people don't get threatened, when they are trying to party and the country.
To national level, based strictly on electronically transmitted results.
You're going to need a lot of visibility in every touch point that election is happening for it to be truly free and fair. Immediate transmission of results. But I think one of the ways we can do it is to prove it, delivery of votes, real-time monitoring of system, demo it, and if government is lazy to demo it, we will help you demo it. We'll build your platform, demo it in real-life situations. Before the election, see all the things that can possibly happen and solve for it, give them the solution, and let's now watch and see the excuse that they will have to give.
There is also the urgent need to take a second look at the process. The existing process is far from being democratic and enables political patronage.
INEC. I mentioned them 3 times, and it's deliberate because under the last INEC chairman, you will notice that Nigerians lost confidence in INEC. But the current INEC chairman should try to rebuild that confidence in Nigerians, and also that confidence can only be won back when Nigerians actually see his action, not via rhetorics. We've passed the age and time where people just speak without walking the talk. We need to walk the talk, and of course we need to do what other parts of the world have been doing. Like in the United States of America, you find people even in diaspora, in the US, vote. So why wouldn't Nigerians who are in diaspora be able to vote? So we should be able to ensure that every Nigerian, no matter where you are domiciled, should be able to vote.
If the Nigerian government wants to conduct a fair election, they have to ensure that the head of the electoral body, which is INEC, is not appointed by the government in order to make the election fair. So the body has to operate independently, and regardless of this, I would say advise Nigerians to go out and get their voters card and vote, because your vote counts and it matters. So go out there and get your cards.
Our history tells the story of stolen mandates and broken promises, but it also tells of the resilience of a people who will another chance to get it right. Vote buying continues to spread like a cancer. Of violence stares us in the face, but these challenges can be surmounted.
First, for us to make our vote count, we need to start beginning from ourselves. The issues around vote buying, we must discourage sections.
It's more about decisions, even in this last, any punishment. There has not been cases where they've taken to court on the basis of those findings. And so it just seems as though it's really decorative. So I think we should strengthen and deepen what we have now.
To make our votes count, every Nigerian must rise to the challenge. The voter who refuses to sell their ballot, the politician who respects the will of the people, the security officer who protects the innocent, the journalist who tells the truth, the electoral umpire who stays impartial. Democracy thrives when every vote counts. In 2027, Nigeria stands at a crossroads. Will history repeat itself, or will we finally prove that the ballot is stronger than the bullet, the bribe, and the lie? The answer lies with us all.
Credibility in our election is paramount, and we must ensure that every voters feel confident that their vote will count. Please. Because that is a constitutional task, and let's restore back the confidence of every voter that whenever there is an election, their vote will count, so that we can address this issue of voter apathy in Nigeria.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, please, let's put our hands together for that beautiful clip. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to, before we move on to the next item on the program, would like to specially recognize a columnist with the Vanguard newspaper, Ms. Donu Kubara. Please, let's put our hands together for her. Like we said, that as we progress with the program, we will definitely still do more recognitions. But I would not forget to especially recognize the delegation from Bayelsa State. You guys had to travel a long way down here, so I would like to say, he's on. He's on. He's on Kememi. You're welcome. So please, let's put our hands together for our Bayelsa brothers for coming for this event. So quickly, we would move on to the next item. I would like to invite my colleague to come forward.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much, Victor. Thank you. I know that the healings for my Izor compatriots is not limited to Bayelsa alone, because we have us in Rivers, we have us in Cross River, we have us in Edo. When? Gwabazo aside, now we feel yonder. We have us in Ondo. Donald Ojo, yeah. We have us in Lagos. We have us in Ogun. We have us in Cameroon. And Salo. So we fool just the West African coast. So when you do it next time, just spread it. And then when His Excellency Sedaki create more leaders. So thank you very much for grooming other leaders, one of them being our chief host, the publisher of First Daily. Thank you very much. Most distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, for our keynote speaker, a very distinguished Nigerian. We'll invite him in a moment. But first, let's try to meet him. He holds a research doctorate, SJD in law from Harvard University, Cambridge, Massachusetts, and this was from way back 2004. He also holds a master's in public administration, MPA, a master's in law, which is an LLM, from the same institution, Harvard. Before then, he had his LLB from the University of Calabar, and that was in 1992. I was called to the Nigerian bar in 93. He's a policy strategist, a law and governance expert, and serves today as the director of the Abuja School of Social and Political Thought. He's a visiting professor at the Emerald Energy Institute at the University of Port Harcourt. He's the chairman of the Abia State Electricity Advisory Board. He's also an editorial board member of News Central TV. He is the chair of the Nigerian Bar Association Adjudicature Review Committee. He's also the chair of the Development Law Group of the Nigerian Bar Association. We can go on and on and on. Please welcome our distinguished keynote speaker, Dr. Sam Amadi. Please let's keep the applause going, because if I had to go over his very intimidating CV, I would have taken more time.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Ebu, Master of Ceremony. He said that, I know that protocol is established, but it's only either a genius or a fool who does not recognize protocol. So since I'm neither, I would recognize protocol. I would recognize the 2 minute excellencies, but let me start. I think I'll start with the closest. His Excellency, the former governor of Bayelsa, who is now who is a serving senator. His Excellency, the governor, former governor, and former and of course, my Oga, I think my ultimate Oga, which is the former PAMSEC, former ambassador, the leader of the PANDEF, who is my ultimate Oga, because I'm also a member of PANDEF, the association, because of my Oga, President Jonathan. Then I'd like to read the beginning of my speech, and then I will make the other points and leave for, because I see very well established experts who give us the real thing. I have a few Ogas, so one of them, a former high-placed Nigerian topmost leader in this country, is an APC. And many in the last 2 elections, before the last one, he was appointed to coordinate the whole South. So I called him and said, let me help you, sir, to maximize. I did a strategy plan for him, and then I called a meeting of all these APC bigwigs, governors, and so on and so forth. I was there. So one of the former governors from South said, Sam, I'm happy you're with us. I said, well, I kept quiet. So after that meeting, I never came again until they won the election. So when I met my Oga, he said, hey, Sam, why did you run away? I said, well, sir, I came as a strategist, once Oga, always Oga, to help you gain control. But once people started talking about how to election strategy, then I know that you are very close to crime. That I pulled away. He said, you're stupid. I said, well, I knew that you are close to crime. What I did was to help you gain control. And I have to leave because I'm Oga. I'm not with you in the party. So I just wanted to reinforce what our chairman said. I once said that in Nigeria, in every election, it's a strategy. But in Nigeria, the strategy is very simple. And it's all about crime, by INEC, by judiciary, by security. And you are home and dry. I still stand by that something else. So that's by way of anecdote. I would like to go straight to read the beginning of my speech, that I get towards the end, I will just explain a few things. So I said that the gravest threat to free and fair election in Nigeria in 2007 is cynicism. It is not the corrupt INEC. It is not the compromised judiciary. It is not the partisan security agencies. The gravest threat to free and fair election in 2007 is crippling, that is that we have given up on the possibility of a free and fair election in 2027. That is the biggest fear I have. We'll come back to talk about what's free and fair election, what it means and requires. But in the meantime, it is important to note that the conduct of the Anambra governorship election has further deepened this cynicism and reduced trust in the prospect of electoral integrity in 2027 and beyond. Many people in the hall believe that the 2027 presidential election would be rigged because the Tinubu administration has not manifested any commitment to electoral reform. These cynics point to the fact that since coming to power, President Tinubu has not made any major speech promising electoral reform. He has not taken any presidential action in support of electoral reform or set up an electoral reform committee to review the electoral regime. President Tinubu has done nothing about electoral reform. He has actually worsened the environment of electoral integrity by making partisan appointments into the electoral management body. This clear and incontestable piece of evidence, undermine faith in free and fair election in 2027. To add to this gloomy prognosis, cynics of electoral integrity make this telling statement, quote, Tinubu is not Jonathan, who conducted a free and fair election that ended his tenure. Tinubu is not a gentleman, no. Tinubu is Jagaband, end of quote. So this is the statements that underline the helplessness and hopelessness that we seem to face. Let me start by saying that this more massive state capture, for the first time in a long while, everyone who has something to do with the management of electoral election is connected to the president, either by ethnicity or political alliance. President Tinubu has shredded the tacit understanding that incumbents choose the electoral umpire outside their ethnic or geopolitical bloc. There's a reason why that convention exists. We may not make a heavy weather of this. I mean, we're not supposed to be talking about ethnic and all that, but when we marry it together with the fact that the head of the security agency and the judiciary are all from the same ethnic group, and that Nigeria's politics has remained wedded to ethnicity more than anywhere else in Africa, as Crawford Young noted decades ago, we may come to understand the deep cynicism spreading across Nigeria and about the prospect. Nigeria has always had problems with credible election. The problem is as historical as it's widespread. It's also an African problem, as we see in all African post-colonial states. Credible elections are always rigged in one form or another. Of course, we've had a few elections who were generally adjudged as free and fair. Two that really comes to mind are the 1993 presidential election and the 2015 presidential election. When Nigerians describe these elections as free and fair, it does not mean that there were no significant manipulation or frauds in those elections. Sometimes, elections has been acclaimed free and fair in Nigeria because the results aligned with public expectation, or that incumbents lost. And in the literature of elections, when incumbents lose election, they're actually a good indication that elections are likely free and fair. Because in politics, a political party will hardly hold power beyond 8 years. Because either their own failings or external factors will make electorates choose something else. So if incumbents keep on winning elections after 8 years cycle, the presumption is that those elections are not free and fair. And so we have used when incumbents lose as a major indicator of election. But it doesn't follow that those elections are truly free and fair. It's just that they are aligned with public expectation. So the point of this is not to revisit the debate about the 2015 election, but to point out that elections are usually rigged in Nigeria. It's the same story across Africa. So, and why is this so? Because the context of political power in society is defined by brutal control of political power and built on the foundation of a political economy of extreme exploitation would necessarily be extremely flawed. Elections would most likely be flawed in those conditions. The interplay of ethnocentric politics and the lack of accountability means that politics will not be mediated by a value of civility and respect for self-determination. So in a default mode, elections in Nigeria and other African countries would be flawed and likely fraudulent, as Justice Nsofo, the Supreme Court, described when PDP was in power against Buhari. He said it's a flawed election. He said it's a sham, it's not an election. Interestingly, when President Buhari came to power, they didn't work hard to abolish that, what created it. And that's the problem with Nigeria. I think it's not that our leaders are bad. We should be very careful. The political economy of power means that it's usually, there's a disposition to continue flawed electoral system. And 3 points need to be made here. One is that the cost of elections are very excessive, that there are investments that are risk averse. So if you're going to spend 10 billion, for example, to run for a governorship election, which probably you borrowed from, your acceptance of failure will be minimal. The threshold is low because the risks are high. It could mean financial liquidation for you. So we need to come to a point where citizens themselves, and I'm going to say more about that, begin to invest in elections as part of civic contribution, in which case the politicians themselves will not have too many incentive to rig elections by all means. That's the one. And number two, the general elections are not on and off stuff. They build on the existing civic culture. So if you have a culture of accountability and civility, elections will likely be fair. So I argue that the historical power dependency in electoral manipulation is further worsened by the economic and social benefit of winning elections and the enormous cost of losing it. Elections are determinant of economic and social success. This is because of the political economy of public office in Nigeria. There's so much to gain by winning election and getting to public office. This therefore increases the stakes in election and turn them from ladder to public service to deadly competition and struggle for power. So the political economy of public office makes elections all important and increases the disposition of candidates and politicians to consider election as warfare. Since all is fair in warfare, all is fair in election. Ironically, that is one of the reasons for the criminalization of elections in Nigeria. As Oxford political scientist and Nigerian expert Paul Collier rightly argued in his book, Wars, Guns, and Votes, Democracy in Dangerous Places, I focus on Nigeria. When elections become criminalized, it means that by a natural selection, only criminals can win an election. And we're getting to that point where only criminals can win an election because it's a natural selection. So somebody told me, said, Sam, you'll be a good governor, but you can't do what you are doing. And he's probably correct. And there's no way you can win if you can't do what is required to win. And that's why it's popular in Nigeria to say, when we say somebody should go to public office, the first question is, does he have capacity? Capacity translates to something, if not criminal, very close. So our language defines our reality. That politics, elections are now criminal undertakings. God forbid, at a point, all of us here will be at least less criminal enough to qualify for electoral contests. But the big issue is, why should we even bother? Look at the voting population in Enugu. I think it's still very low turnout in Anambra, very low turnout. In spite of all the concern, whether Soludo has done well, has not done well, people are still not voting. So, but why should we care about the quality of elections? There is a debate in political studies now around how much does democracy matter? You know, the fact that non-democracies or even hybrid or even some what they call electoral autocracies, a few of them are doing very well. Stability, progression of economic and social goods. People now say, why bother much about election? Think about how much you spend in election. Think about the post-election trauma and the fact that we are divided, elite consensus doesn't exist after election. And how much we could have gained economically in building national culture and development if there were no elections. So people say, but why bother? Now, let me cut to the chase. There are many arguments. Elections may not lead to development. But there's something that's important about election that nothing else does. Election is the only way a divided plural society can have peaceful transition. So even if free and fair election does not guarantee us economic development or social development, it guarantees us the possibility that we're going to have peaceful transition of power. And this is empirical. No country that has had real free and fair election has been trapped in conflict or war arising from secession. So even if the elections do not translate to democracy, the minimalist argument is that electoral democracy matters because it's one of the safe bets for conflict management, conflict avoidance in a plural society. And all societies today are plural, whether either they are Christian, Muslim, religious, or ethnic or social, or gay, lesbian, transgender. Every society in today's world is a plural society. And that means that we must find a way to aggregate, to have peaceful competition, struggle between competing interests and values and ideologies, and elections, free and fair election, provide that process. Nigeria should also take elections seriously. You know, the problem with nations, and this is what Jared Diamond, the Columbia anthropologist, in his book argued. Societies collapse and disappear small by small. The fault lines increase. We are safe yesterday, so we use pattern. Tomorrow will be safe. Nigeria has had problems arising from election. All Nigerians' major crises, including the civil war, the proximate cause has always been disputes around rigged election. So if Nigeria was a wise person, it will prioritize free and fair election for its own stability. We're not even talking about development now. We're not saying give us free and fair elections so that you grow the economy. Nigeria's chance of surviving into the next 20 years is very slim. Nigeria has one of the highest fragility index in the world. Nigeria is today the country with the lowest quality of life in the world. It doesn't matter what GDP is saying. This is clear. A country that has the two of the greatest terror groups in the index of terrorism is Nigerian-based. The country that has the lowest elite consensus is Nigeria. The country with the lowest innovation index in West Africa is Nigeria. The country that has the lowest infrastructure index is Nigeria. Now, this perfect storm means that Nigeria is perhaps one of the most threatened countries whose existence should no longer be taken for granted. And what that should mean is that there should be a consensus among elites to have free and fair election. Not for the purpose of the poor, but for the purpose of the elites. So one of the things that is remarkable about Nigeria is a lack of self-awareness. Nigeria is not even aware of how dangerous they are. Look at the Trump crisis now. We have trivialized it, turned it into skits. We are not competing on who is more psychopathic than the other. We are competing on who will praise government or attack government. And I can bet you, maybe there are no centers of real study and analysis around what should be done. A country like Nigeria should have a foreclosure on politics on some issues and say, let's bring the best and the brightest. Let's sit down and say, what should be done? So I've argued also here and elsewhere that Nigeria has two ironic features. We are very rigorous when it comes to our personal life. We hustle. Everybody wants to make it. We work hard. We think about how to survive. But we outsource the collective survivor to Lady Luck. All countries, selfishness is a great motivator for success. But self should expand to include a nation. The Nigerian problem is expanding the self from me, my family, maybe my ethnic group, to the nation. And that's why people don't care about elections. Because election is at the heart of election is public interestedness. If you care about free and fair election, you are caring about public good. Because you should care about using violence and manipulation to get into power yourself. But to think about election means you must have public interest. Because free and fair election is not for you, the winner. It's for the public good. And because Nigeria is notoriously a selfish people, we construct self very narrow. And that's why people have money, billionaires, the road to their mansion is terrible. They can't think about self in an expanded notion. And that's really why countries don't grow. All great countries must be able to conflict the personal self with that self called the nation. Now, so elections matter for Nigeria because without free and fair election, the prospect of Nigeria surviving is very low. Those who lose election in Nigeria, I've heard some of us here talk about, look, we have to fire for fire. And it makes sense. If you can't win with votes, you can't be perpetually out of power. By the nature of human beings, everybody wants to have the assurance that if they work hard, they can get to power. Every ethnic group, social group believes that if they do a coalition well, they can win power. But if they are foreclosed because the process is not competitive, then they have no reason than to resort to self-help, and that's violence. So I would argue, before I go to what we should do, that we should begin to see the idea of free and fair election is not puritanic, it's not moral, it's real politics. It's the only way Nigeria can survive. If Nigeria continues to run rigged elections like 2023 and we have been doing, in the next 3 or 2 electoral cycles, nobody will prepare for elections and people will prepare for war. And Nigeria cannot survive. Okay. Now, I move to the next point. So I've said that the real problem about 27 is actually the depth of cynicism. People don't believe. Because we make a mistake. Each time something happens in Nigeria that is bad, we absolutize it and we don't put it in context. I'll give 2 examples. Let's take, for example, the Supreme Court and what they did in Imo State. Where fought came first. It created a total collapse of social imagination and civic action. When we go for the next election, people say, don't run. Which election are you running? Can you defeat this man who came forth and became first? Fatalism is the Nigerian problem. We are not able to contextualize that this might have been an instance. Thunder may not strike twice. We're not able to find out how did it happen. What can be done to counter it next time? We give up and says, you can't find a man who came forth and got first. And that's why in the next election, there was no competition. That's where we are going to. People say, oh, Mr. A was not in government and was able to do what he did. Now he has all the power. Who can challenge him? My message today to us as citizens is that it is not true. Every outcome in history is dialectical. Something led to something. You can reverse it if you understand what led to that thing. That is how to make progress in life. We can have free and fair election if we match the energy of those who are rigging election with the energy of those who want to protect the mandate. And I have 4 zones I have identified in my paper, 4 zones of activism. First is INEC. You know, Because we are also not a rigorous people, but are the people who don't ask questions, we don't inquire, we don't read, we don't find out. INEC is much more than the INEC chairman. INEC is like a deep state. It's much more than the INEC Rex. Now, look at INEC. I have been fighting for, and I've been fighting that the president should no longer appoint INEC chair. But I think that's not really the problem with INEC. The problem with INEC is institutional. You have 37 Rex appointed via multiple political actors who recommend them. Each of them confirmed by the National Assembly. And they feel they have a mandate to deliver whatever interest they are there to do. You have EOs in each of the states who are responsible. You have admin secretaries who are competing with the REC. The question is this. Today, vice chancellors, the real competition for INEC for 2027 is in who becomes vice chancellor. So we might keep here talking about the integrity of Amuputan, whereas those who are rigging election have used vice chancellors to create their own. If you look at EOs, so the question is, first thing we have to do is that we need to understand the INEC system and rejig administrative. I've argued that INEC is one of the most incompetent and badly designed electoral management system in the world. I have some expertise in institutional reform. If you look at INEC as an organization, it's supposed to be a regulator. INEC does not follow any due process. How many political parties have a copy of INEC's business rule, a copy of INEC's process for making decisions? INEC's job is not transaction. It's not buying equipment, printing. INEC's job is to regulate voting. So I think that the first spot for civic action is to see INEC as, let's not wait for INEC at the end point, outcome. Election is tomorrow. Let's open INEC to scrutiny, to accountability. Let's demand INEC to provide regulatory framework for decision making. And this is important. Do we know that INEC ought to have records? If INEC says INEC cannot come and announce INEC has decided, no. INEC would first issue a notice that they want to make a decision. INEC will ask for political parties to send in legally written briefs on that issue. INEC will go through and it said by vote of 3724, INEC ruled. And that decision will be published and made possible to become litigated. Now let's give an example in the US. Elections are done by counties. And they tell you that the counties met last week. They will televise, show you the result that 3-2, 2 Republicans, 3 Democrats, they voted to allow extend voting or to allow ballot paper or to allow one day. Whatever decisions about elections are made through a process that involves stakeholders, representation, and the public process. Record on record and vote. Nobody knows what I give one example about INEC's crisis. In 23 primaries, PDP and other parties were asking INEC to extend the time. INEC said no extension of time, 0 extension. PDP had to struggle to do their primary. They had to rush in 2 days to get it done. That day, INEC extended it for APC to take 2 weeks more. No regulator in the world will ever do that because that's giving advantage to one person and not to the other person. So, first line of action, we have to see INEC just like any other public regulator. Look at the central bank. Central bank's BOG, Board of Governors, meet and they will publish to you that they have approved to keep MPR at 0. If you go to a record, you see who voted, what they said. Each person's vote is listed. That's how to run a regulatory agency. So INEC has to be engaged. INEC has to be litigated, challenged. And again, for politicians, when the last election, I told Labour Party people, I said, I'm not a member, but I can help you one thing. Stop imperiling SAN after election. The work of legal litigation in election starts when you declare candidacy. You challenge the INEC, you go to court, not after rigging. You will not be going to court. Senior advocates will deceive people, carry money, and eat. Electoral transparency is a process, and lawyers have to engage every way. So what's the point? we have made it easy for INEC to rig elections. The second zone of accountability and vigilance is political parties. Honestly, the last 2 weeks I've met with experts in this field and they have taught me, and I know that it's actually political parties who rig themselves because of lack of rigor. They assume too much. How can a political party want to win an election? It has no structure. Maybe with the exception of APC, the work people did. APC perhaps the only party that has, and I said it again, that has real commitment to watching elections. They have a good, system and processes. The other parties don't have the rigor to build a system. The party is a public trust. Fighting for election is in support of public good. So I think that the political parties should now see themselves as champions of electoral reform. They have outsourced to NGOs. If you call a meeting now, look at the National Assembly. They have, apart from a few of you, sir, with due respect, you've done very well in speaking out. How many opposition legislators go to, they will be there, they will bring in partisan people as rec. They will not raise motion, counter it, challenge it. They will confirm them, only the political parties. I remember Yaga and Ezenwa went to court. I think Ezenwa went to court over one of the nominees. They went to court. No party supported them. So I want to blame the political parties for what they are not doing. They should be the ones actively fighting to block the process of electoral rigging. And they have to start challenging everywhere. Again, this is very important. Also, I want to acknowledge his former governor, Rotimi. You may not like his approach, but he has the level of madness that needed to match madness. That's very important. That's very important. You need madness to match madness. I don't mean violence, madness. I was telling somebody that if I'm a lawyer defending a political case, election case is a political case. It can't be there and the judge will make an order. INEC supply these people. They don't supply. SA will come to court. My lord, they have not supplied us, so it's okay. INEC, please supply them. They schedule trial. You go to trial. I used to be a lawyer with Chief Gani Foyemi. As we're leaving court, Gani will address press conference. Because it's a political case. It's not a case of nicety. It's politics. And in a third world country, my Oga Ojo Madekwe says, Sam, it's a third world country. We are a third world country means that the authoritarian dark practice and art is available every time. Judges are part of the connivance against democracy and fair election. You have to fight everybody. So the problem is that the lawyers themselves are co-conspirators. They have worked with these judges in several shady deals. I have to say it clearly. And they cannot come out and oppose their major client. But if we want to get 27 right, we must be people who say we are going to fight. Fight judges, fight anybody who is against free and fair election. The third level of engagement, civil society. I want to say they have done well, but they should move away from donor-based activism for electoral reform. The donors are not really concerned about the real quality of election. They want to mark checklists. They have a checklist. They just say it went well, fully free and fair, because the consequence of lack of free and fair election is dangerous for national development. And finally, judiciary, the actors. I think we have to call a spade a spade. The reason why we have electoral jurisprudence is that judges reverse what politicians have done wrong. I have argued in my paper I wrote many years ago that there are 4 voters in a democracy. The first voter in a democracy is actually the party that presents a candidate. So they have voted that this is our candidate. The second voter in a democracy is actually the voters themselves. The third is the INEC, who declares the result. The court is a voter. And the court should use jurisprudence to protect the integrity of the choice made by electorates. I can't understand how senior advocates construct judicial electoral laws that put burden, too much burden, on those who complain about infringement, and then expect that you will be a scientist, collect everything in the country. Agencies will not give you results. They want you to collect, for example, the Edo own is ridiculous. How can you penalize the petitioner that INEC came subpoena to bring election results, came and dumped it? The judge says that you dumped evidence. So who dumped it? So he penalized the petitioner that evidence should have, who should explain it? I think that the judges need a new orientation to see that their job is to help victims of electoral fraud, not to ask victims to do the impossible. And I will read a few things here which I've submitted as a proposal. First, it should be very clear on our electoral rules and regulations that once elections have been declared that are not on the IREV or false elections, the judge should mandatorily exclude those result sheet from votes. Simple. The law should be explicit. You can't have, the reason why we have IREV is to validate a process real time. And again, there should be nothing like collection of results. There should be no reason to collect results. Results end at the polling unit when they are counted. So distinguish, the challenge should be that the simple things that need to be done, they always do the complex one. The simple thing is, the idea of election is that the voters express their will, free and fair. They express it freely and fairly counted. And I'll get back to the issue raised about vote buying. I don't care so much about vote buying as I care about accurate vote results. Elections depend on what the people want. If they are seduced by ideology, by I like this man, by TV, by rhetoric, or by inducement by money, it's a second-order moral crisis. The first-order moral crisis is whatever they vote, let it be declared as voted. So that's the litmus test of electoral system, is that the people may be foolish, they may be stupid. If they vote, the vote should be clear. So for me, the design of electoral process is very simple. We must ensure that neither INEC nor politicians intervene between voting and result. And once vote has happened, everybody can call the result. Once we do the tabulation online and you know you have won, and again, this is not rocket science. Thabo Mbakwe was able to defeat the rigging then because Mbakwe used IBC. In those days, NTA called result. Used IBC, the local radio, gathered on his result sheet, and declared himself a winner. And NPN could do nothing. Before election was due, Samba had declared himself the winner, and that's our bad spirit. That's what you need. You need to have your results and declare yourself a winner. We don't need to wait for INEC to do the ritualistic something, and one professor will fly to Lagos, and they're waiting for Sokoto or from Gombe or whatever. Then late night, you have a result come, and then after procedure, they say, we now do. No. That's formality. Winners emerge when the tabulation electronically has completed. Let me end by emphasizing 3 points. So this is a long paper. You know, there is a typical Nigerian sentiment. Nigerians are very smart people individually, but collectively, I think we're not that smart. Because our system does not show that we put the same level of smartness into what we design. I want to make 3 appeals. First, that, and I know I could be punished for this, but I have to say it, as much as possible, please, those who are designing an electoral system should make sure you don't have too many senior advocates in the committee. The lawyers are the first real enemies of democracy. They don't know what they are doing. Electoral legal policy is not court. People who have read no sociology, no political science text, because you have an SAN, which may be reward excellence for litigation, they will just insert themselves and be writing nonsense rules that make free and fair election impossible to do. I want to urge that we should use more of political science, sociologists, people who understand human behavior, except the lawyer has shown that beyond going to court, he understands the process. Because I've read the rules and I see that lawyers have put their hand and they are confusing everything. Let's use less senior advocates and use people who know what they're talking about electoral systems and democracy. The second appeal is that we should now be clear in our mind that the government in power, in fact, all governments in power, will not want free and fair election. It's difficult to win re-election when you are in power. Why? Because campaigns will never be the same as performance. And some of the performance are beyond their control. So people in power will do everything to undermine free and fair election. It's our responsibility to overcome them, to fight them. So if you really care for electoral reform, then you should care that you are fighting against the incumbent. A few incumbents will do well and be re-elected, but oftentimes, incumbency is difficult in a democracy. Look at what happens in midterm in the US. Why do all presidents lose midterm? Do they suddenly lose their brain when they get to power? It's because everything that happens is your fault. Every local problem is attributed to you. And that's why it's difficult to win a second term or even fourth term as a political party. So I want to appeal to Nigerians to understand that fighting for free and fair election would sometimes mean fighting against the government in power because they have the incentive and opportunity to rig election. And the third appeal I want to make is this. I think Nigerians should adopt a national slogan or a credo that says, in God we trust, every other person provide evidence. Nobody should be acclaimed to be honest until they have done their job. The notion that once somebody is appointed, is a professor, is this, and people started already disarming themselves. Instead of, you should be cynical about the person's capability and therefore hold him to account. We should stop this national religion of always claiming that we are too good, the smartest people, holiest people. Everybody in Nigeria is an icon. Anybody who dies is a legend. Everybody who gets office is a good man. We should stop that cultural practice that entraps us in a cul-de-sac of error and failure. By the time elections end, you'll be too late. And finally, my appeal, last appeal, is that never judge presidential election with off-season election. Even if they deliver 100% off-season, in presidential election, the dogs of war are out. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the standing ovation. Thank you. I failed or forgot to warn that we should have our seat belts fastened before Sam Amadi came up. So, but we have survived it. It was not a particularly turbulent flight, but it was an engaging one. And I want to believe that a panel of discussants have taken notice of some of the points that, that's yours, right? Thank you. Sorry about that. The points that have been raised by Dr. Sam Amadi, and we'll speak to them when we come up here. I could see how Randy Peters was engrossed and listening most attentively when Dr. Sam Amadi was speaking, because that has been his forte, advocating for changes, institutional reforms at the INEC. Maybe because they now call it INEC. When it was just NEC, you could deal with just a politician who had who wanted to transform himself into a civilian, a soldier man. So all of those things we'll speak to later on. We thank you all very much, most distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, for your kind attention. We would entertain some goodwill messages in a moment, but just a quick recognition of some of our friends who are here because they will also participate in the process.
Thank you very much. So quickly, we will take recognitions. We'd like to welcome Kunle Shobowale and Tolusho Shobowale from M&A Communications Limited. You're welcome. Please let's put our hands together for them. We also would like to specially recognize Chuks Akuna, is the Executive Director, the Authority Newspapers. Please let's put our hands together for him. You are welcome. We also have here the spouse of our chief host for the day, Mrs. Abolade Daniel Maxon. Please let's put our hands together for her. You are welcome to this event. We would also like to specially recognize Barrister Kingsley Yesom Chinda. You're welcome to the program. Also with us is Mr. Martins Dalbury. We would like to also welcome Priye Ebizimo, a former chairman IYC, and Apa Benjamin, both representing IYC at that event, the Ijol Youth Council. Please let's put our hands together for them. We would also like to welcome Mr. Ima Eko. He's a personal friend of mine, a creative, one that consults for events and other things in Bayelsa State and the Niger Delta. He is the convener of Bayelsa Creative Converge. Please let's put our hands together for him. You are welcome. We would like to also welcome Mr. Daniel Antaria. I'd like us to put our hands together for him. You're welcome also. We have with us Mr. Amechi Anukwe from Dark Communications. Please let's put our hands together for him also. You are welcome to this event. So quickly, we'll move on to the next item.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Victor. Thank you. We'll take goodwill messages. Thankfully, we have a well-heeled, distinguished Nigerians. I didn't want to go into those legends, and Sam Amadi, trained first with Ganifa Wemi, and if you were a journalist when Ganifa Wemi was very active, he was one great man that you needed to get close to. I recall when we were with the African Concord and Ganifa Wemi turned 50, we had about 3 cover stories serially on him because he was such a wonderful Nigerian. And so when I hear Sam speak sometimes, I say, oh, okay, now from there in Shak, better water. That's why it's still very fiery. Thank you very much for the talk. And this time around, we have some goodwill messages. And we have adjusted the program somewhat, like the structural adjustment program of old. And so if you look at your program, you find that some of the names that are indicated there are not coming up. First, we have the very special honor and privilege to invite Right Honorable Chibuike Rotimi Amechi, His Excellency, for a goodwill message. One of your teachers in school was saying he kept wondering, where did the Rotimi come from? For somebody from that part of the country. Thank you, sir.
I'm a Nigerian.
Yes. Thank you.
Your Excellencies, even if it's a minute, Your Excellencies, the former governor of Bayelsa and the current serving senator, and our dear ambassador and chairman of PANDEF, members of the National Assembly who are here present, both serving and former, so that I cover everybody, and my dear brothers and sisters, let me join to say that it's not good. That's not the way I was trained. I was trained that you should just say, Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. But since my former teacher, Sam, has said it takes a madman not to recognize Nigerians, I don't want to be mad. A lot of people have said that I'm no longer talking. The more you talk, the more you review your strategy. So that's what you're going to do here now. Everything you said was in my head. If you ask those who meet with me, they will tell you that I have been having meetings and talking with them about the possibility of winning the 2027 election. The problem with election in Nigeria is that there is no incumbent government that can achieve electoral reform. None. Buhari tried it and failed. In fact, National Assembly passed the law and dropped on his table. And the man held his pen to sign. I know those who came to him and said, oh, no, don't try this. Russia will rig the election. They will hack the election. And I wish I were there. I would have told him that everything has an antidote. So if there's a Russia, there's an America. But once they told him that, and that was 2020, it first started from 2019, they convinced him not to, so he did not. By 2023, he was determined, very determined. He said that is the only legacy he wants to leave for Nigeria. So when they brought it, that's why you can see that the National Assembly members, past and present, were not automatic delegates. Because he reached an agreement with them to go and make amendments and bring back. They said no, that he should sign first. That once he signs, they will go and make the amendment and come back. So he signed. When they got to the National Assembly, they did not come back. By the time they realized that they had omitted people like us who were automatic delegates by being a former speaker, and they wanted to include it, when they brought it, Buhari refused. He refused to sign. That's because he wanted electoral reform. And National Assembly actually passed it, but people around him made sure he did not sign that into law and got what they wanted. Now, those same people are back here. Here, this side I am, or where we are now, shouting electoral reform, electoral reform. So you see this crowd. If tomorrow you wake up and Tinubu is no longer the president, and then you become part of government, Tinubu will be here now shouting electoral reform. The problem with Nigeria is what? Nigeria. There is no other, it's not even the elites. Like I said before, how many elites are there actually that you cannot overcome? Now, I tell the opposition party that you're the problem. We're discussing it here. The opposition party is not discussing how to save Nigeria, how to win the next election. I'm from North, I have the votes. I'm from South, it's our turn. Nobody's saying, oh, things are bad. How do we change the candidate? Do you want to do one term or not one term? That's all. Nothing else is discussed. So, while the elites are busy discussing how to get to power, what is happening? The voters, the citizens, are helping the elites to achieve that objective. I saw a video of people collecting money to vote in Anambra. That's not much of a problem. How much do they have? There are 270 million Nigerians according to the United Nations. How much do they have to give 270 million Nigerians? So that's not the problem. The problem actually is in the writing of result, which is done actually in the north, mostly in south-south and southeast. You know, when they say Tinubu is invisible, I say he's the most vulnerable presidential candidate you can face. Don't forget that I ran Buhari's campaign. How many of you can tell me one feature, the greatest feature we had in Buhari's campaign? How many? People are not observant. We made it difficult for any Nigerian governor to go to his state and come out freely. Any day Buhari is coming to any state, the governor is on the run because the madness of the citizens chased them away. We got to Bauchi. The aircraft we took to Bauchi, the wing was damaged. They were looking for Buhari. They jumped on top of the wing. I literally wanted to push Buhari out of the plane to save the plane because it was a Rivers State government plane. In Jos, 2015, I realized that Buhari was a problem. I had to step back because they were attacking us. When I stepped back, I was safe. Buhari was fighting for himself, no police, nothing, until he got into the bus. Why? We mobilize Nigerians to know that if they rigged us out, war. If you rig us out, you rig problem. I heard the story of Goodluck is not, Jagaban is not Goodluck. We did not care who. As far as we are concerned, they are going to rig the election. So show them that there will be what? Fire. And the whole world knew there would be fire. There is a video you people are showing around. Amechi them went to America. I never went to any America. That was here in Lagos. Lagos, I was in the meeting. American government, without anybody petitioning to them, who are they God? After the president, no other person. So how can I petition the American government? What would they do? But American government came here after speaking to other countries. What did they come to do? Good luck, don't rig. If you rig, we will not recognize you. Opposition, if you visit violence, we will not recognize you. So they went to the president and told the president their mind. We are here for free and fair election. Please don't rig. Opposition, if you dare try violence, this is our response to it. But Nigerians say, oh, we went for Christian genocide. We went to report Goodluck. We report him. Do you report the president? The only place you can report a president is either the National Assembly or God. Not America. But you're circulating. Oh, we went to America. We went to America. To do what? I was chairman of Governors Forum, so I was invited to the meeting. And they told us clearly they wanted a free and fair election. And that was one of the freest elections we've ever had in Nigeria. Were there problems? Of course. So it depends on how prepared the opposition and the people are. If you mobilize the people, if you make them know that today there will be madness, they will all be mad. Ask PDP now. Could they campaign in Kano? They couldn't. When they went there, what did they hear? Bamaso, Bamaso. What is Bamaso in Hausa? We don't agree. We don't want you. Because we had mobilized Nigerians. What about Bauchi? When they got into Bauchi and they left, Emir couldn't go anywhere. The people said he must wait until we come. I got a call and they said, look, we must go to Bauchi now so that the Emir can be free. We had to alter our program to go to Bauchi. Who watched us in Borno? I was scared stiff because of Boko Haram. And we had planned not to go to Borno. We got to Borno as they were shooting, people were going. Who was shooting? The military, to scare them. Instead of people to run back, they were running towards the gun. In fact, one of my friends told me that they were saying, this is AK-47. No, this is not strong. The other one is machine gun. So they knew the sound of guns and they didn't care. So the first solution to electoral reform is not the government. Government won't give you electoral reform. The first solution to electoral reform is what? The people. Don't be shouting electoral reform, electoral reform. You're the problem. The more you say they have written the result, the more you have voter apathy. Voter apathy will make Tinubu return to Villa. 20-something%, 30-something%, and your president, that's arrant nonsense. In a country of 200 and something million. So tell the people the power is in your hands. Come out. If Tinubu is that invisible, how was he defeated in Lagos? I was told how he was defeated. The Christian churches, the churches, invited everybody for a night vigil. Right? The Igbos and the indigens. All they did was sit down there. As you finish voting, they are there. Where is the result sheet? Electoral personnel knew that result sheet, absence of result sheet will be war. So there was result sheet right there. You have finished? Say yes. Announce the result. You announce it. Upload it. You upload it. They escort you. Since you want collation, they will escort you. APC's men were on the run in Lagos because they were ready for war. It was after the presidential election that they gave up on the governorship. But they won Lagos. It can be repeated. But first and foremost, you must agree that the man there is not invisible. I don't see him as invisible. The problem is the opposition. I can do one term, I can't do one term. I'm from the north, I'm not from the north. I'm south. It's our turn. No. Get the best material that can govern the country. Not that can. There are two materials you must look for. The problem is we have no qualification for any politician. It is an all-comers game. So if you say you want a president, make sure the president is qualified to run the election. What's the first qualification? That he must change the country when he becomes president. What's the second one? He must have the capacity to say, I will be mad with you. Since election, all of us go die. The moment the other party sees it, that's what we did in APC. We made sure PDP knew that we are former members of PDP, and we knew what they do to win election. If you try it with us, we'll balance it. May God bless you.
Thank you very much, sir. Your Excellency Rotimi Amechi, we are indeed honored by the intervention. We will again effect some structural adjustment on the program so that we can save some time, because any moment now would go on to the process of getting Maokwe Ogun-Yusuf to curate the discussion process. But I'm told that because some of our guests are about to, you want to, we can actually and then we'll now give the,
because he's leaving.
Yeah,
just one on one.
Okay, all right, okay. Thank you very much. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we'll try and speed up the process because some of our distinguished guests have some other commitments. We didn't know that we'd exceed this number of hours handling this. And now to our panel discussion, and we have to invite first our host or hostess, Maokwe Ogun-Yusuf. So please step forth. She's been named consecutively over the last 5 years as one of the 25 most powerful women in journalism in Nigeria. A seasoned broadcast journalist with close to 2 decades and presenter at Channels Television, Nigeria, where she co-anchors the station's prime-time daily breakfast show, Sunrise Daily, and was a pioneer producer and presenter, Hard Copy, the Frank interview program. Maokwe's career has been, he's seen her conduct over 3,000 interviews, which include exclusives with Nigeria's former president, Muhammadu Buhari, Vice President Yemi Osinbajo, Executive Governors, United States Secretary of State Anthony Blinken, U.S. Undersecretary of State for Political Affairs, Victoria Nuland. She's highly sought after for her skills in curating panels. That's one of the reasons we've invited her here today. So Maokwe Ogun-Yusuf, thank you very much for this session. Thank you, you're most welcome. Another round of applause for Maokwe, please. And now to our panel of discussants. First, Samson Itodo. Please let's welcome Samson, founder, executive director, YAGA Africa, which is on elections. He is an attorney at law, a civic leader, one of Nigeria's most influential voices on democratic governance and youth participation. He's founder and executive director, YAGA Africa, leading nonprofit dedicated to promoting democracy, citizens' participation, electoral integrity across the continent. He has over 15 years of experience in legislative strengthening, constitution review, political inclusion, election monitoring, etc., etc. We welcome you, Samson Itodo. Thank you very much. We also wish to welcome Frank Tietie, Executive Director, Citizens Advocacy for Social and Economic Rights, KESA, a Nigerian attorney at law, public affairs analyst, human rights advocate, serves as Executive Director of KESA, a civic organization dedicated to promoting constitutional rights, accountability, social justice, etc. in Nigeria. In addition to his legal work, Frank Tietie is a respected media commentator, appearing regularly on television and radio to provide analysis on governance, democracy, public policy. His insights blend professional expertise with civic responsibility, earning him recognition as a credible voice for justice and accountability. Thank you very much, Frank, for being a part of this process. May I also welcome another distinguished Nigerian attorney, human rights advocate, public interest crusader, founder and chief executive officer of the House of Justice Group, a multi-door justice and accountability institution with offices in Kaduna, Abuja, and Jos. Let's welcome Gloria Mebayam Balanson. Please, let's put our hands together for her, please. She's a graduate of Ahmadu Bello University at the Nigerian Law School, holds multiple advanced degrees, including an LLM in law, a master's in international affairs and strategic studies, a master in law enforcement and criminal justice. She's also received specialist training in forensics and DNA evidence. This she obtained from Guatemala and has attended the Transitional Justice Academy in Kigali, Rwanda. We welcome you to the panel discussion. We're breaking the monotony of attorneys at law up here by inviting a journalist colleague, a columnist, public affairs analyst, respected Nigerian journalist, public affairs analyst, is based here in Abuja, widely known for his incisive commentary in the Premium Times and other leading national outlets. He writes on governance, national identity, social justice, historical memory. Let's welcome Dr. Majid Dahiru. Born in Okene, Kogi State, he draws from a deep cultural and religious heritage, weaving personal narrative with sharp analysis in a style that resonates across Nigeria's diverse communities. Thank you very much, Dr. Dahiru, for being a part of this process. I'm bringing up the rear is a man that quite a number of us know, but we can't quite always remember his name. He's a human rights and youth advocate with a passion for building a better nation on the principles of the rule of law, of justice, equity, and fairness, a fervent believer in efficient, transparent, and accountable leadership focused on improving the quality of lives of the people, creating equal opportunities for all citizens to thrive and live up to their God-given potentials. Let's welcome Peter Akah, the one we all know by some other name, which is his alias, Randy Peters. Peter for Nigeria. Thank you very much, Peter. Thank you very much. Before we hand over to Maokwe to handle this aspect, there's a quick housekeeping that we need to do. It's a special award for one of our distinguished award recipients, and we'll share the video clip on the award before we invite His Excellency Rotimi Amechi to make the presentation. Are we good to go? Do we give you how many minutes and come back to you? You ready? Please, can we have the on Governor Dixon, right? Yeah. The special award on His Excellency Senator Seriake Dickson. Please, let's have that.
Award for Outstanding Lawmaker of the Year, Senator Henry Seriake Dickson, CON. The immediate past governor of Bayelsa State, Senator Henry Seriake Dickson, has continued to distinguish himself in the red chambers of the National Assembly, where he represents the good people of Bayelsa West Senatorial District with excellence and conviction. Renowned for his brilliant contributions to legislative debates, Senator Dickson's voice commands respect across party lines. A pan-Nigerian statesman and fearless advocate for democratic ideals, he has remained a steadfast defender of the Ijaw Nation, the Niger Delta, and the unity of Nigeria. For his sterling performance, principled leadership, and unwavering dedication to the public good, Senator Henry Seriake Dickson, CON, is proudly honored with the award for Outstanding Lawmaker of the Year.
Thank you very much. We wish to invite His Excellency Senator Henry Seriake Dickson to please step forth for the award, and also have the special privilege and pleasure to invite His Excellency Rotimi Amechi to make the presentation on behalf of First Daily. Please, you're welcome, sir. The award recipients and the award giver. Thank you very much, sir. I think we use, where are we using? Oh, over there. Okay. Where? Right at the center. Okay. Do you need the microphone? Okay, yeah. No, the microphone? Yeah, we are.
Abba, I thought just presentation. Honestly, you deserve more than this. Since all the opposition voices have disappeared, and it's just between you and Senator Ndume that are there still talking. The rest of us are either doing one thing or the other. I think you deserve more than this, and I congratulate you. I do this on behalf of is it First Daily? First Daily, and the management of First Daily.
No, that's all. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Okay. Yes, sir. Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Maokwe, this is your show, please. Thank you, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. We have the panel discussion. It's very crucial. Please, let's listen in. It's part of the reason that we are here. It's only Right Honorable Rotimi Amechi that is stepping out. The rest of us are remaining here. Thank you. Maokwe, please.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much, Uncle He. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, our assignment has been set before us. I think the challenge for us is how to do this in the time that we have been allotted, because you can see right here, I have a most distinguished panel, people who have dedicated their lives to making democracy work in our country. And I'd like to welcome you all very specially, some of whom I speak with almost on a weekly basis, and others perhaps a little less frequently, but perhaps we can start by asking the question. I think the question is, I like when panels have questions to answer. It's not some long, winding topic that we have been given. It's very straightforward. How can we make, okay, no, I'm starting from the beginning. The theme is 2027. I think it's very, very specific. 2027, how can we make our votes count? We've listened to the keynote speaker. He says this is a thing of survival. Making our votes count is a matter of survival for Nigeria. It's not just for our democracy, but for Nigeria as a whole. And I think before the keynote speaker spoke, there was also a little documentary that was played, people having different opinions on what they think needs to be done. But I'm going to give my panelists the opportunity to also share their thoughts on this. 2027, how can we make a vote count? You have a minute each, and then we'll go around again, following up on some of the things that you have said. Mr. Peter Aka, I'm going to start. Yeah, I was going to say Randy Peter. You have to change that name. I hope it's not Randy Peter. Is it Randy Peter? Is it Randy Peter?
Peter Aka.
It's just Peter?
Yes.
Good. Let's just say Peter. Peter, on this rock, I start my question. How can we make our votes count in 2027?
Okay, thank you very much. I think the good news is that votes can count. If Nigerians insist that their votes should count, it will count. And then, not talking about elections that were rigged because it has passed. It's like covering up a case of murder because the person has died. In fact, that is the more reason why you must explore and know what happened. 2023, according to some observers, was not just election monitoring, it was a crime watch. And if we fail to attend to the issues that arose from that election, there will be a consolidation on it. So for me, the approach is simple. What exactly are the loopholes in the Electoral Act or the law that governs our elections that opens up room for judicial calisthenics? Because it is also another problem, the judicialization of our democracy. When Nigeria spends billions of naira to conduct an election, then waits for judges or courts to choose the leaders. I think completely what I align with. Nigerians must raise the issues of elections to the level of an electoral crisis. Allowing for Nigerian leaders to make sacrifices. So when we now are able to build back trust in people that whatever were the issues in 2023 could be sorted, the legal aspect of it, then begin to go on aggressive mobilization. If Nigerians come out in millions to vote, it is impossible for elections to be rigged. Because the question we must ask is, if everybody says, oh, Tinubu can come back in 2027, the question is, are they coming back because they know that there is confidence in free and fair election? The answer is no. The only confidence of the ruling party to return is through a compromised electoral process and a compromised judiciary. So when you see that kind of strategy in aligning to return, I think the victims of that misgovernance must also strategize and ensure that you galvanize Nigerians to first of all know that there is hope in votes counting. And then when you come out, we can make that statement. Because the power of the people must always be greater than the persons in power. Thank you.
Very much for your opening comments, Peter. Majid, we're going to flow down that way. How can we make our votes count in 2027?
Okay, thank you very much. First of all, let me say that I fully align myself with the views and the positions expressed by the guest speaker, completely without reservations. So, to that end, I don't know what to say. I'm sad to say to you and to all of us here that I don't think there's anything we can do to make our votes count in 2027 elections. I don't think so. Our democracy is challenged from many fronts. And honestly, it will take the miracle of our current leaders taking the decision to commit class suicide to allow for free and fair election where our votes will count. But as has often been said, Tinubu is not Jonathan. So again, I do not think our votes will count in 2027. You see, the journey to make our electoral system work for all of us is not going to be a sprint. It's going to be a marathon. And so some of the issues espoused by Dr. Amadi are things that we really need to sit down as a people to begin to work on in the long run to see whether we can redeem our democracy. Thank you.
All right, so I see a pattern emerging. I'm beginning to I get a sense of optimism and pessimism. And I think that, maybe let us see what else emerges. Gloria?
Well, I will take the tangent of cautious optimism. I'm not sure that we're in this room because we think that things won't work. I think that there's a part of us that feels like there's something latent there that when we stir it, it can bring out a good result. And so for me, there should be an emphasis on credible elections over peaceful elections. Not because peaceful elections do not matter, but because credible elections will give us peaceful elections. And I really think that also we need to interrogate the things that have happened before that got us here, like Peter said. Part of my greatest challenge with how we proceed when it comes to elections is the selective amnesia. And I've had conversations with my sister Mope many times, and she would say, why does this matter to you? Like when we talk about what happened in Plateau and what we recycle again. And so we have to have that staying power of saying these things that didn't happen. And it's not only the courts of law that will be able to lead us towards accountability. Even the people themselves need to begin to dig up these matters and say, these things happened in the past. We're not going to allow it happen now. I have a lot of concern and sympathy for my brother Samson Itodo and the Kuka Center and the National Peace Committee that would come and say, particularly the National Peace Committee, and say, sign a peace accord. Okay, what does that mean in real sense? If we sign a peace accord only to enable those who are going to rig elections, what does it really mean? It doesn't mean anything. And so the emphasis should be that, look, these votes should count. And I hope really that the government understands that except the votes count, even what they feel they want to benefit will not happen again. One more point. I don't know if we're going to go about this madness Olympics and we will get out of there. If we're going to say who can out-mad the other one, there is enough madness to go around. But we have to get to the point where as a country we think about our ethics. Section 23 talks about national ethics. Nobody is looking at those things as a way to anchor us. These are not suggestions. This is because except we go back to these matters, we cannot have a country that works. So it's only the right things that will work, and it will only work if we commit to it. So let's go back to the commitment of what we require to make our country work, because it matters for our survival.
Thank you very much, Gloria. I like the mix, and you know, because of your perspective, the question I'm going to pose to Samson will be a little different. He will not be answering just like everybody else. But Frank, just before I get to Samson, what are your thoughts on making our votes count in 2027?
Thank you very much. I think I want to start on the note of being realistic. That is to take a look at the situation, the law, the way it is, and not dream of a certain reform that I don't have the power over, that we don't really have the power over as citizens. First, I think that Professor Amadi, having done justice to that topic, emphasized the cynicism among the citizens. But you see, first point in making our votes to count is to see elections as an existential issue, as a survival issue, as a matter of political and economic survival. I think we need to first of all start by creating a state and a sense of emergency in the citizen of Nigeria, that your future well-being depends on elections. I do not expect any much progress in the immediate, but we just have to start. Then, realistically considering the state of our law, I'm very interested in a group of persons, and they are referred to as party agents. They are supposed to be the most vigilant persons in the electoral process. But sadly, we have a number of political parties who are actually trying to campaign to get votes that have not even been able to get the required number of polling agents. Imagine if all the political parties in Nigeria have polling agents in every polling unit. These are extraordinarily vigilant people watching the votes. Now, these persons have statutory responsibilities, unlike electoral observers who just, go through the motions of observing elections and writing reports that don't have evidentiary value. But polling agents under Section 43, subsection 3 of the Electoral Act are required to first of all inspect whether all the electoral materials are correct and they are present, inspect the ballot boxes, inspect the conditions, and give preliminary reports even to not only to their principals or to the candidates, but to the entire populace through the social media. Now they are also expected to endorse the outcome of the counting process or whatever it is as we are contending now. But you see, we don't pay much attention to that. So I think that we have an ideological problem. Here's it. why is it that certain political parties, and correct me if I'm wrong, even the Labour Party couldn't field polling agents in all of the polling units where it had candidates to participate in the elections? Now, but one would have expected that if there are persons who believed in the Labour Party, they could have even volunteered as polling agents. So polling agents are crucial in the observation and ensuring that votes count in the electoral process. And they have that are actually written by persons who are not only confused, but are driven mainly by self-interest.
So you say this is about polling agents and also creating a sense of urgency. But I listened to Samson this morning. He was on our station, incidentally. I wasn't the one interviewing him. My colleagues were. And he's just fresh from the Anambra elections. And he had a lot to say about what had improved, what hadn't improved, what we needed to, work on. And one of the things he said was that votes are beginning to count. That's why politicians are seeing the value in buying votes. That's what sense that this question has been asked. Is that, because some people will say that perhaps one of the reasons why votes had to be bought. I know that the winner of that particular election was very emphatic about, he was very particular about by how many votes he won. He looked at how many times, incumbents have been returned, and he was like, this is the first time that, he was being, or anyone was being returned by as much as 70% of the votes. And some people will say, well, maybe to get the voters to come out, they already knew that maybe there wasn't much of a contestation in this one. It was to actually get people to come out. We had to incentivize voters by saying, look, if you came out, maybe there was going to be money for you. So I don't know if you want to, expand on this idea of the fact that there is a lot of apathy. There is serious voter apathy. And I think that Dr. Amadi did say that when he, talked about what the greatest danger to our elections in 2027 will be. Do you see votes not counting as one of them?
Well, thank you very much. So, to respond to your question, and by the way, Dr. Sam, you already know I don't agree with you on some of the points that you made. I agree partially, but I don't agree with some of the points that you made. And we engage in this debate all the time. I think there are three things. The first one is when you think about whether votes will count, and as I listen to the discussions, I have a dilemma. And my dilemma is, to what extent can I share certain things in a way that it doesn't contribute to the cynicism in the polity? Because the biggest problem, and I agree with you, Prof, that yes, it's cynicism, but I think the much more bigger problem is to have uninformed voters exercising important political choices in 2027. And I think that the question, if I will rephrase the question, it will be, are we ready to pay the cost of making our votes count in 2027? And what it really entails is massive political mobilization. We have to get all the bases charged in the way that people are willing to provide oversight on their votes and what you call mandate protection. That's the only way you're going to protect the votes, because elections are successful because of the personal integrity of the person who is managing that process, which to a large extent you can't guarantee. So the first thing is whether we are willing to invest in political education, in getting Nigerians who were charged before the 2023 elections to also believe that their presence at the polling station can cause a difference. The second thing is to look at the procedure. And when I think about, this discussion about electronic transmission of results, one of the biggest things that happens in today's world, I'm not saying there are no stuffing of ballot papers or ballot boxes, but that has drastically reduced in our elections. Now they go for the result sheets. And sometimes there are two result sheets that are crucial. Is either the Form EC8As, which is the polling unit level results, or the EC8B, which is the word collation. Because the weakest link in the entire resource value chain is the word collation. That's where, those schools that don't have lights, right? Those public institutions that are quite dilapidated. And you see sometimes they skip the word collation and they go to the local government collation centers. So that results management system and that process is where we need to also keep an eye. And when people talk about electronic transmission, and I say that, yes, His Excellency is part of the ongoing reform process. To a large extent, we might have electronic transmission of results, but they have to go hand in hand with the manual process because you can't surrender your entire electoral system to machines. Machines have vulnerabilities. Sometimes they fail, but you need a combination of both the manual and the electronic to serve as a check. And my last point on this question is, you can have the best of the laws. If this crop of politicians don't change their attitude, nothing is going to give way. And the question is, can you persuade this species of politicians to change their attitude? The answer is a capital no. Therefore, what Prof said about getting citizens to exercise a decent level of sacrifice, it would take ensuring that 60 or 70% of people show up, they stay at the polling units even when there is threat, and make it completely difficult. Because if you look the other way, rest assured that they will tinker with the results.
Some people will say that citizens have always done that.
No.
Our citizens have always shown up. I mean, I'm a journalist. I've witnessed how many elections now. Since 2007, I can say that I have been keeping tabs on Nigeria's elections. Maybe you can see from the comfort of my studio.
Mm-hmm.
But what we have seen, at least from what the cameras show us, is that people vote, they stay till their votes are counted, the results are written in their polling units, and as you've said, it is when collation is beginning to happen, that's when mago happens.
Mm-hmm.
So the question is, you say that citizens need to mobilize, and you have been very involved in mobilization. Yaga was involved in getting citizens to register and participate in the last elections. There is only so much level of involvement that you can have. Peter, let me throw it to Peter now. Okay. What more do you think needs to happen, since we now know where the challenge usually is, especially around collation and transmission of election results? What more do you think citizens can do?
Look, to be fair to Nigerian citizens, a lot of persons show apathy because there is almost no point believing in a process that has a track record of not working. Where people see that for every election cycle, the vote doesn't count. From INEC, voter registration in 2023, 93 million. Total number of collected PVCs, 87 million. Total numbers of persons who came out to vote, less than 30 million. About 50 million Nigerians took the pain of registering, retrieving PVC, but sat out the election. And now it comes to bear because even in my little time of advocacy, I somehow realized that probably the average Nigerian politician is not very interested in comprehensive electoral reform. So, I mean, reform, but not completely, because I may need it. And then when politicians do not have a stake, some only want to stick their necks to the extent that they are contesting or they are sure that they are getting, a ticket or something. If citizens are not sensitized to the point, imagine the kind of message that Dr. Sam Amadi spoke to today in languages that persons understand, where elections are connected to daily lives. Elections are connected to, the existence of, an ethnicity, a religion, a tribe, or whatever, or humanity. Persons begin to find out that we should build trust in that process. So that is why the entire process, and we must thank people like Senator Seraki Dixon for being voices of reason, because Nigerians are following through what we have been doing. A lot of young persons will meet me and tell me, I was planning not to vote, but with what is going on, is it possible? From there, you can now build on it. In aggressive movements, we must leave this elitist pattern of approaching issues. where, we just want to come to seminars and talk and conferences. A lot of Nigerians would like to see people like Dr. Sam Amadi talking to people in the market. See people like Senator Dixon and persons who they believe that mirror their aspirations come down to a level, not just having this kind of, good talks and all of that, and people who are out there feel disconnected. So there must be an intentional, a strategy to reach out to everybody, to build trust in the process, and then let people come out to exercise their franchise. I believe it is very possible to achieve.
Right, I want to share your optimism. I'm going to come to Majid, who hasn't expressed it as strongly. I think, I can understand, Majid, I can understand your cynicism. I mean, we've been talking about this thing for so long. I can understand your pessimism. And I'm asking myself, when I saw this topic, I was like, how can we make our votes count? Count for what? Who are we coming out to vote, really, in the 2027 elections? What are the options before Nigerians? Who is wooing us? Who is, telling us anything different that we ought to hear? Are you asking these questions as well?
I think you've answered the question already. When I said there's nothing we can do, it's already a fait accompli. It's unfortunate that this is a phase in our democracy. It will get worse, probably before it gets better. I don't know. We are at that point where the entire structure is defective, and there is no part that you can hold on to fix the other. First, those that are in charge today have not shown any commitment towards electoral reforms, either legally or even attitudinally. They've not shown it.
I think that Senator Seriake Dixon will disagree with you. Only recently.
He's a lone voice in the opposition. He's not in the ruling party.
In the National Assembly.
He belongs to a minority party that is thoroughly diminished in the assembly. So even if he wants electoral reform, it is his personal opinion. It doesn't resonate with the majority of members of the National Assembly, and he knows that.
I think he will speak to it shortly.
He knows that, so he knows what I'm saying as a politician.
We will speak to it shortly.
So,
but the reason I'm interrupting
yes,
you is because something happened recently in the National. I think Gloria will be able to speak to it as well, where the Senate is now proposing that the burden of proof shift to INEC in the election.
I can assure you that anything that will upset the status quo will not be assented to by the president. I can assure you that. Look, when Yar'Adua became president, he said the process that brought me in was faulty. I'm seeking a reform. That was a man who wanted to make correction of a process that he felt was faulty. Our president has never spoken to this issue before. So it makes you think that it's part of his legislative agenda to have anything that will upset the status quo. That's on one hand. But the tragedy we are faced with is this. We do not have an opposition in Nigeria anymore as at this time. So like you rightly pointed out, you are going to the market to mobilize people to vote for who and for what. I have had reasons to call out the Labour Party. A party that Nigerians fired out under the rain and under the sun to do something similar to what you are canvassing now. They mobilized their monies, their time, and voted for free against the PDP and the APC and dislodged them in their strongest holds. As we speak today, the person representing our president in the National Assembly is of the Labour Party extraction. I don't know his name.
He's defected.
I don't even know his name. I don't even know his name. I've not heard any Labour MP on the floor of the National Assembly speaking passionately for the plight of the people. I've not heard any of them opposing the president's policy on subsidy on petroleum or flotation of the naira. It didn't exist. When they were even cautioned against accepting SUVs as MPs, they told the party chairman to provide an alternative for them instead. So they failed to distinguish themselves as senators and to be honorable as House of Rep members. So that alone is the greatest failure of opposition. That is a direct threat to our democracy. Because people ask, we did this in 2023. What are we doing this for again in 2027? As we speak, we don't have an alternative. When the ADC was being formed or being adopted as a coalition party, I was invited to one of their meetings and I asked them a simple question. In the next few weeks, if you do not speak to alternative policy solutions to what Tinubu has done, you will fizzle out like Andrew Liversalt. And you will agree with me that today they are struggling to find a direction. I overheard Mr. Rotimi talking about 2015. It was a completely different ball game. You had a personality called Muhammadu Buhari, who himself inspired following in the section of the country that felt aggrieved that the Southerner was taking their turn. And he was a charismatic figure who was unbending and uncompromising on the interest of that section. So he was deified. People were ready to die because of his ambition. Not because of how Abichi was campaigning. It had to do with Buhari as a person. Secondly, and most importantly, Tinubu too was in the opposition then. If you recall in 2012, when Jonathan removed subsidy on petrol, Tinubu wrote a lengthy epistle that captured the sentiments we're expressing today in opposition to that policy. So people had something to hold on to protest at Ojota. But unfortunately, going into the 2023 election, all candidates pledged to remove subsidy, just like Tinubu. And so when he removed it, Tinubu received praise, immediately removed subsidy. He was hailed as courageous by everybody. Some of his rivals in other parties said he stole the idea. It was my interview with you a month later that reset the narrative on the danger of this policy. As we speak, they will criticize the man, bash the man, but nobody has come out to say, I will reverse this policy. Nobody has said, I will unfloat the Naira. Nobody has said, I will change the new national anthem to the old one, as basic as that. Nobody has been able to say so. What are you mobilizing people to vote for in 2027?
Big question. Let's leave it hanging in the air. Perhaps we'll get answers from the audience. But Gloria, we're beginning to hear, we're seeing some moves around electoral reform again. And one of the things we're beginning to see is the move by the National Assembly to say the burden, one of the areas we've seen faults over and over again, is that the burden of proof must shift. We've also heard words of caution from senior advocates of Nigeria, whom Mr. Sam Mamadi said you must remove. He said he's going to get sanctioned. But what do you think as a lawyer? Do you think is one of the things that we need to do to begin to inspire confidence once again that perhaps things might be different this time around?
Yeah, for us at House of Justice, we have continued to advocate that the burden of proof to show that elections were properly carried out should be on INEC, because it's an opaque process. It would have been different if we had a system where, as the votes are being collated, people can see what is happening. Then that becomes clear. But when you subject it to a system where there is a central collation system, how do people get enough evidence to be able to counter what is given to them? They don't have those facts. And so it has become easier for the camel to pass through the eye of the needle than for someone who is claiming that elections were rigged against him to prove that he won. So for me, that really should be the way to go. But the more I think about what we are saying here, the more I'm thinking about what the antidote should be to what our problem is. I think we have all agreed today that no matter what the problem is, that there is an antidote. So the question for me will be, how do we de-incentivize rigging of elections? How do we ensure that if Yaga is asking people to come out, that they're not going to come out again and return by a weeping cross? What are we going to do differently? I would say that as much as we mobilize the people, we must also ensure that there is a counter-narrative and a counter-strategy for what the politicians are doing. So the people have to have the staying power. So if we have a situation where, and it's unfortunate that the politicians are now admitting what they do in states and all, then the people themselves should be independent-minded enough to say, no, we want to vote based on what we know, what we want. So it's not about mobilizing people to say, Bamwaso, Bamwaso. No, if what they want is what would save them, then we have to empower them enough to choose credibly. And information is power. So if they're going to mobilize people against who they will otherwise choose, then those of us in the civil society should be able to empower them to say, look, what do you really want? You've done this over and over again. How can you do it differently? Then the other action should be about going to court and challenging certain actions of the politicians and the parties. Unfortunately, we have a one-party system now. So the only strategy we can rely on as far as parties are concerned is to rely on implosion in the system. Who were those who were forced into the one-party system who otherwise would not have chosen that? How can we go through them to now begin to rejig the system? For me, I think that should be a strategy.
All right, let me come to you, Frank. You already mentioned the fact that we need to create a sense of urgency. I don't know on whose shoulders that responsibility will lie. I mean, you also spoke about agents, and maybe in the course of it, we'll be able to get agents that are honest and agents that are forthright. But how do you suggest we go about creating that sense of urgency?
I think first, Professor Sam's paper is so loaded that somehow I really don't know where to start from. Now, we attribute some kind of innocence to the masses, as if they're the ones constantly oppressed, whereas they share some measure of irresponsibility. And then again, I'll tell you what the solution is. Let's increase the political consciousness. And that's why I use the word existential. That is, it's a matter of survival. Our country will soon be over if we don't have good leaders. And the point is that whenever you see motivated voters, probably they are driven by ethnicity or one way or the other. But let's also even come back to ourselves who are campaigning. What is our agenda? What are we campaigning for votes to matter in 2027? What interest do we have? Now, we have been outperformed by the politician who understands that politics is local. He goes to the people, he gets votes. What are we doing? We're talking about increasing the consciousness of the fact that, let's first of all set agenda for ourselves, those of us in the civil society actors, because civil society generally, because Professor Sam was saying that, look, we should move beyond this donor-driven activism, where our agenda are written by the donors. Whereas we have a country that is falling apart and that we will not have very soon if we continue in this scheme of not increasing the consciousness that in our citizens. Now, citizens don't care because they are very hungry, and somebody says that hunger is weaponized. No. The fact is that they should look above their noses and realize that they are hungry because of bad leadership and because they don't participate. Now, I want to restrict myself to the idea that we want to make votes count. Why do we don't have to necessarily restrict it to 2027. The idea is that let us just start. Right now, it is the politician that ensures that votes must count. According to Professor Amadi, it doesn't matter whether they are stupid votes or irresponsible or foolish votes, just let them count. So, and the only way to make them count is that those who are saddled with the other responsibility, not only INEC, this gargantuan, manner we look at INEC should stop. The people are in the majority. So if they have, take a look at the statistics. Over 1 million party agents, polling agents, participated in the 2023 elections. Now, can we regard that as a critical mass, as an army of persons who are there to protect the process? And now we don't see that, activism on their part. So what happens? Because many of them go there because they are paid by a rich party like the APC or probably a PDP as it was. But however, look at a situation where citizens who believe in an ideology of a political party, who believe in a personality like Omoyele Sowore or Peter Obi, now proceed to say, we are going to be your polling agents in no matter how many the polling units are, and then ensure that the processes from as stipulated in the electoral manual are followed. In that case, we have an increased consciousness that will protect our votes. If we don't have that, unfortunately, the citizens being lazy, and we on this other side, elites who are armchair critics, who are making proposals, you are eager to come in, who are making proposals that are unrealistic. We just need to increase and whip up the sentiments in our people that elections are a matter of existence, or else in a matter of time, we will be no more.
I wish it were that simple, because I remember that in this Anambra elections, one of the things that my correspondent pointed out, our correspondent Charles Oporom, said something. He said that the police commissioner this time around promised that journalists who were going to be allowed into the collation wards. You are suggesting that ordinary citizens, continue to monitor the process and act as agents when journalists are chased out of collation centers. I mean, these are people who are already accredited.
Let me just tell you something. You know,
They've always
all
been
this,
there.
yes. You see, now, journalists don't have that kind of recognition given to polling agents.
No,
So
I thought that your debate or your proposal was that the polling unit agents have not exactly performed their role as thoroughly as they ought to, and so perhaps ordinary citizens
that's one.
should take over that
No.
position.
That's one. And then you must realize that the goal of mobilizing votes is not that of us in the civil society as we now find it. The responsibility is constitutionally that of political parties, and they are doing it.
Okay. Let me come to something.
The problem is,
we don't have time, Frank. I wish we had more time. We're already out of the time that they gave us. So, Samson, I'm going to ask you, in spite of all that is going on, there is an attempt at, electoral reforms. And, this time around, it does appear that we are seeing bold steps. But Jude, unfortunately, is not as pessimistic. It's not as optimistic. He says, look, with this shift, burden of proof shifting to INEC, he sees a situation where we will see what we saw in 2019. Maybe they will tell us that, people prevailed on the president. They sat on his head and they let him sign it. But how optimistic are you that after we've done all, first, do you think that there is sufficient political will, even amongst the national? Because it's one thing for them to say it. We don't know that they have passed it. Do we have sufficient political will? And when it finally goes through in the National Assembly, how do we make sure that what Majid is saying doesn't happen?
Well, with respect to political will, I think it's varied. The way, and I don't mean for distinguished, I'm a member of the technical committee, and I can say for a fact that to a large extent, there's some measure of political will, but the way some of the lawmakers are approaching this is they're not looking at personalizing and individualizing. And first one, colleagues, today is November. The primaries will start in 5 months' time. So we have 5 months to the primaries, unless timelines change. So by April, May 2026, primaries will start. So if we're thinking about mobilization, we are actually late in this particular effort. So there has to be a sense in this. The second point, colleagues, most of the institutions in the election value chain have first 2027. There's a particular transport company that delivers materials to those polling units. Someone who we know to be notorious and very partisan is the head of one of the unions that supports INEC in delivering materials. There's a reason why he has all the support to become, whether it's the president or the national chairman of that particular transport company. They will be the ones to determine where electoral materials will be delivered in 2027. So if you want to respond, you don't have the power to remove him. It's to do what happened in Abia in 2023, where if voting and materials are supposed to arrive at 7:30 and materials don't arrive, you march to the rack and stay there to ensure that those materials actually arrive. And that's the kind of sacrifice that will be required for 2027. It's not going to be, yes, they didn't show up, that's why we're not going to vote. That's what they want you, that's the response they want from you. And so our messaging to citizens is to say you've got to really act and take action. And the last point I would make regarding issues relating to elections are for 2027, I really want to plead. We say that citizens have showed up. They haven't really. If you look at these Anambra elections, there was a lot of vote buying, and votes sold for as 1,000 to 15,000. Some say 20,000. But based on the evidence we have, it's 15,000. In 2027, they will do the same thing. The big question is, what will we tell the voters in 2027 that will get them to reject, this inducement and vote based on their conscience? The question is, are we able to do that? Do you think that the Nigerians of today will do that? I think it's something that we need to ponder on, because they're going to ensure that they put a lot of money out there that you can't say no, especially when you have political actors who believe everyone has a price.
Well, on this note, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we have now come to where the panelists pause. It's now your turn. If you have any questions, I will only be taking questions. One on this side and one from this side. And then we'll take a comment from Senator Seriake Dickson, and then my panelists will give one closing comment each. Any questions?
There's already a hand up here.
Okay, yes, please.
Tell us your name and then
I am Godwin Uko. My question is, how do we deal with communal conspiracy? And by communal conspiracy, I mean tribal, ethnicity, and religion, in order to make our vote counts. I'm asking this question because there are instances during our elections where communities, we agree to do the wrong thing. Both election agents, INEC officials will be bottled into a corner. In some cases, they will be beaten to pulp.
I think your question is clear enough. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
One on this side.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Okay.
Oh dear.
My name is
yes,
Steve.
Please, sir.
I'm a journalist.
So Steve.
Yeah.
Good to see you.
Please, I have a problem with the role of the security agents. How do you police your votes to the collation centers? They don't let you in Lagos, I had friends who policed their vote from the polling booth to the elections to the collation center, and right there and then there were some thugs embedded in this collation center already with police, and the people who were supposed to police their votes were beaten to pulp. And so how do you now, after you protect your mandate at the polling booth, you get to the police center, somebody changes it, and you can't get there, and you are beaten up. How do you go beyond that?
So, any volunteers on my panel? That will be all. I'm so sorry. We don't have a lot of time. I'm apologizing to the audience, I'm afraid. So, any volunteers? I'm sorry?
Okay, I would like to respond to the issue the other man is about ethnicity
yes,
and
communal conspiracy.
Nigeria's electoral and democratic process is driven primarily by the sentiments and identities of ethnicity and religion. That in itself is a major problem. And until you flip it around, you flip this system around, this problem will persist. And that is why in Nigeria, it's not about free and fair election. Even if you have free and fair election, it will not produce the best of results because of this factor. And to correct this, we require the political party system in Nigeria to be open, to become political parties that understands that this is an existential danger to the Nigerian state and its democracy, this tendency. And substitute identity politics with true liberal democracy that encapsulates the collective needs of all Nigerians, irrespective of ethnicity and religion, into dissoluble, soluble, ideological solutions to their collective problems and run with it. Essentially, in practice, we need political parties that will serve as brain box of our democracy, that can mobilize Nigerians away from ethnicity and religion and around their common economic, social, and environmental interests for collective development. Unfortunately, there is not a single political party in Nigeria today that does not mobilize people around ethnic and religious identities. So this is a challenge.
Can I come in, please? Omar Eleshowari does not mobilize people on the basis of ethnicity or religion. But he doesn't win elections. The reason is that people don't follow him. And I asked him personally, so why do you keep doing this? Because you seem to be a loser. And then he said, watch it, Frank, that this is how we will win ultimately. So we have to pay the price. The point is that I imagine myself, we should do a lot less talking and do some action. Since 2015, I have not voted because I've always been in the studio doing election commentary. The person who is supposed to go and do mobilization, we cannot claim we are trying to increase the consciousness of Nigerians to mobilize them to vote. For what now? Why am I doing that as a civil society actor? Do I have a political party? Do I have an interest? If I want to mobilize persons to go and vote, there must be a defined interest. I shouldn't be doing that as a civil society actor. I should be doing that as a politician. Look, do you know what? I don't say this in any way to flatter politicians, but the truth about it is that they do a much harder work than we do as talkers. They go into all the places we wouldn't go to, do all the bad things and all the good things and all the things to motivate people to vote, and then they get some paltry votes and then we talk down on them. However, we need to become realistic. Why shouldn't we, the good guys, go and start political parties like Omer Eleshuari and pay the price?
We don't have the numbers. Often we don't do the hard work of getting the numbers behind us. Be it alone. Ensure you have enough. And if there is imminent danger that threatens you, please just retreat. But one thing I know for sure is there are security agents. It's just that they are beholden to certain authorities. But please, what we are saying is, yes, protect your votes, but if there is imminent threat to your life, please withdraw because you need to be alive. But there are people who are willing to die. If they want to, please die wisely and don't die foolishly. And I think this is my very honest opinion on this. And the last point I will make is, colleagues, if something is going to move, we must be ready to make the sacrifices. The biggest challenge is we are not ready to make the sacrifices. I, who is sitting here, for 3 years, I was prosecuted for doing what? For saying that President Buhari appointed a resident electoral commissioner that was partisan. I was sued. The police sued me for 3 years. We were in court, and that's what Dr. Sam was. It was nuisance. But I went through those 3 years unfazed, and it has not stopped me from doing what? From speaking. And I'm just saying this because all the sacrifice, you've mentioned Omoyele Sowore, we have to be ready to make the sacrifice. It will cost us an inconvenience. But listen, colleagues, democracy is worth the fight. And Nigeria is worth that fight because this is the only country that we have.
Thank you very much. I already begin to hear closing comments. Distinguished, I'm going to come to you to give a few words. I'm emphasizing a few there. But it will be, yes. Thank you, sir.
First of all, as Dr. Amadi rightly observed, there's a lot of, people are very cynical. And we can see that even from the comments and contributions of our dear panelists. I raised the issue on the floor of the Senate about the need to, as a necessary part of the electoral reform, burden of proof on INEC. I raised that. And in the Senate, we're having that heated conversation about that. And I'm not in a position now to say definitively whether that will be the position of the panel or even of the entire Senate. And not to talk of what happens if it is passed, whether the president will accent or not. And if it doesn't accent, the Constitution says by 2/3 majority we can override. But as one panelist rightly observed, the opposition numbers have been so badly eroded. So that's not a possibility. But let's see how the conversation goes. But I believe strongly that that is the right thing. If we were to have the numbers to do it, if we're able to build a consensus in the country and also in the National Assembly, it will be a good thing to flip not just the issue of burden of vote. There are basically two principles that we need to flip. Because as we say, election petitions are a special cadre of their own, as lawyers say, sui generis. So the first one is the presumption of regularity. And those are some of the things that people hide under to perpetuate electoral injustice. That is assuming or presuming a legal assumption that acts of official bodies like INEC, if they do anything, that it is presumed to be in order. It is presumed to be regular. It is presumed to have been done correctly. I think that for purposes of electoral justice and litigation, we need to suspend that rule. That means addressing that in the Electoral Act, or perhaps even going to the Evidence Act to indicate that clearly. And then the second issue of who should prove when the elections are conducted, who should prove that they have been properly conducted. I think placing the burden of proof as it is on a petitioner is very, very unfair. I don't know why, as a country, we have gone on this path for so long. Because very often, in the process of alleging electoral irregularity, a petitioner ultimately will make allegations that will amount to criminal allegations. And then they will now fall back on the rule of evidence that says it has to be proved beyond reasonable. I mean, so the rules have not been properly tailored to guarantee, but I think we're having some traction there. The other issue is about the need for, and when the chairman, Yaga was there, were there, he's part of the technical team, he knows that. And a number of you also followed up. The chairman had the honor of coordinating the joint session, and I can say that irrespective of party differences, when I was presiding and coordinating the activities of the joint committee, I think we were in agreement almost on all the major issues. Firstly, we all agreed that there should be electronic transmission and it should be made compulsory. We have already agreed on that. Okay? When we resume in the next 2-3 weeks, we will now look at it and see how we can finalize and then kickstart the process. But like I said, ours is to make the law, if we come up with those proposals and we put whether the president will sign it is another thing. Because President Buhari already did that when we were in the 9th Assembly. We passed that and he never assented to it, and we couldn't have the numbers to override. Okay? But in the National Assembly, I tell you that there is a lot of appetite for a reform in the electoral system, and subject to the details where people may agree one way or the other, but there's general understanding that should be done. But finally, what I want to say is that, please, I know that we have every reason to be cynical, but we can't have a democracy if all we have is cynicism. No. A cynical citizenry cannot deliver democracy the way we want it in this country. And why are we docile? Why are we docile? It's because if you look at our history, we didn't end our democracy the way the South Africans came together to end apartheid. So it's understandable. And yet, we gave ourselves universal suffrage, which means every citizen, educated or non-educated, rich as well as poor, are called upon to vote. So we, those who are not just politicians, the civil society, you guys are doing so much, perhaps even much more than politicians, I must say, unfortunately. But all of us must do the hard work of raising the awareness and consciousness of our people and going down to actually mobilize. In 2015, when I was running my re-election, Federal Mind, people were jumping to APC, Federal Mind, they wanted to capture the state. Do you know that with the way we campaigned around, and all of them are here, they were all part of the campaigns with me, officer, in uniform or not in uniform, who comes to rig and intimidate you people. I, as your governor, I'm telling you, it's your right to resist them. Anyone who comes to help you do their jobs and protect you people to make elections, cooperate with them. But don't allow yourselves to be intimidated. Do you know what happened? In most communities, our people, the way I led the campaign and the way we raised their consciousness, they were tying down soldiers. I'm telling you. They were tying people down who were going to intimidate them. And I had to be calling and begging them not to kill the security personnel. And at the end of the day, what happened? We won. They had already cooked up results, came and told me that I shouldn't tell people to demonstrate. I said, no.
Distinguished.
I will tell the citizens to demonstrate. It's their right. So it was a crisis level. Democracy is not served a la carte.
It is true.
And we must be prepared for it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, distinguished. On this note, I'm going to take the closing comments of Frank. No, not Frank. Frank has already spoken. So has Samson. So it's going to be Peter, Majid, and Gloria. In 30 seconds, your closing thoughts on this theme, 2027, how can we make our votes count?
Fellow Nigerians, evil men succeed when good people fail to act. As we are today, we have the democratization of disenfranchisement, and it is intentional that you do not pay attention. But whatever the frustrations, and that is why I want to use this opportunity to also appeal to Dr. Majid, because I love and respect him a lot. And we want to see how, as leaders and as people in this country, how do we move from all of the frustrations to begin to say, how exactly will 2027 succeed? Let us, double down on it. Because the question will be, in 2023, were there communal issues? Were there issues with law enforcement? But were Nigerians able to make a statement? What could we have done better to build upon that wave? I think that is where the conversation should go towards. We must have leaders who will make sacrifices. Let us not pay too much focus on just the presidency. How do we now get young people? There are groups that are coming up into the National Assembly because, and this is also appealing to our politicians who are here, Senator Dixon and every other person. The current situation of Nigeria is a culmination of the handwork of all of you heroes past, because you are heroes past. And if this is what the work of heroes past has produced, how will heroes past come together to move us forward? People like President Obasanjo and every other person, President Jonathan, how young people, because we even came up with a strategy, how we want to do the kind of Charlie Kirk situation in America where we go to, institutions. Do you know that part of the electoral reform campaign I started, I used my own house rent to renew rent this year to begin the whole of this running. I don't live in Abuja. Coming here, we came here with a night bus. So if we can make, these kind of sacrifices, what Nigeria is, enduring today is organized criminality. This is what we call government. Imagine consolidating on this level of criminality for another 4 years. Dr. Sam Amadi said, with every year or election cycle that we fail to address this issue, we are playing with the territorial integrity and our national unity as a country. It is of essence and existential or exigence that Nigerians must decide that what can we do prior. So I agree with the submission that let us, the good people, stop just doing the talking and begin to mobilize and organize. Dr. Sam, everybody should become an activist or advocate. Let us discuss how 2027 must work.
Thank you very much, Peter. Over to you, Dr. Majid.
Okay, let me express my solidarity with my brother Peter for all his tireless efforts. And to say, yes, indeed, we must not give up on our country, and nobody should give up on our country. And hopefully, it shall be well with Nigeria. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Majid. Gloria?
Well, I just want to say that we're not helpless, we're not hopeless. There are not enough bullets to shoot down a resilient people. I think that we need to mobilize across board. There are good people everywhere who are also as concerned as we are. And the task ahead of us is to identify them, whether in the judiciary, whether in the political parties, wherever, to ensure that we have the kind of elections that we want in 2027. Because ultimately, the idea is not just for the votes to count. That's just process. We must value the outcome more than the process. And the outcome should be good governance.
But I know that Samson will disagree, but you always emphasize the process. You agree on this one? All right, if you say so. All right, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, on this note, I have to thank my panelists for doing such an awesome job. If you do agree that they have done an awesome job, please can we hear a round of applause for them? Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Peter. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Gloria.
Photo session.
Thank you, Mr. Frank, and thank you so much, Samson. I also have to congratulate my dear friend, the publisher of First News on their 5th anniversary. Thank you so much for having me do this. And congratulations.
Now, before you leave, please, a photo session. Please, can we all, please, Mark, where you would stay with your team. Would invite First Daily to join them for a photo session. Dr. Daniel Iweriso-Maxson, thank you also. So you have to, yeah. Thank you. Don't separate two ladies, though. Thank you very much. Thank you. Congratulations. Maokwe, thank you very much. Thank you, Randy Peters. Thank you, Frank Tete. Thank you, Sammy Todo. Thank you, Gloria. Thank you, Majid. We are indeed grateful. Thank you. Most distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, would speed up the process. We thank you for your kind attention, your patience, for being a part of this process all this while. We have a slight change from First News to Daily, just for 1 minute. We'll screen it in a moment. Please, are we done? Please, can we resume our seats, please? Maokwe, thank you. Please, could we resume our seats because we'll continue with the rest of the program. Thank you. Thank you, most distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It was before now First News, but now it's called First Daily. We now would screen the change, the transition from First News to First Daily. Just a 1 minute, we'll have it on screen. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, please kindly pay attention. Thank you.
For 5 years, First Media Network Limited, publishers of First News, has stood out as an authentic and trusted choice among online newspaper readers, celebrated for its unique style of reportage and unwavering consistency. After careful consideration as part of an internal reform aimed at repositioning the brand and establishing a distinct and unmistakable identity, the management decided to undertake a strategic transformation of the daily publication. This rebranding comes without compromising the... Ladies and gentlemen, we proudly present to you the next chapter in our evolution. Welcome to the new us, First Daily.
Thank you. First Daily for a new and enlightened world. Most distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, will now come to another aspect of the program, which is the presentation of the First Daily Excellence Awards. I know that earlier on we effected a slight structural adjustment on the program when the award was presented to our chairman. But this time around, we're going to extend His Excellency Senator Doyediri of Bayelsa State, His Excellency Sim Fubara of Rivers State, His Excellency Dauda Lawal of Zamfara State, Dr. Ibeto, Dr. Samuel Ubuku, and of course, Kevin Chinedu Arwa is going to receive the First Daily Excellence Award. The first on my list, His Excellency, the Governor of Bayelsa State, would have his citation scrolled on the screen presently. Please be on standby. After Bayelsa will have
First sworn into office. Award for Governor of the Year on Infrastructural Development. First sworn into office on February 14, 2020, and re-elected for a second term in 2024. The Governor of Bayelsa State, Senator Duoye Diri, has distinguished himself as a visionary leader committed to transforming the infrastructural landscape of the state. Under his administration, Bayelsa has witnessed an unprecedented wave of development driven by purposeful planning and execution. The 3 senatorial roads project designed to connect Yenagoa, the state capital, with remote riverine communities across the 3 senatorial districts stands out as a bold and transformative initiative that will unlock commerce, enhance mobility, and strengthen social integration. Equally remarkable is the development of the new Yenagoa city, a modern urban hub conceived to decongest the old capital and promote organized growth. The ongoing installation of gas turbines for round-the-clock power supply further underscored the governor's strategic vision for stable infrastructure and economic expansion. For his visionary leadership, enduring legacy projects, and unwavering commitment to modernize Bayelsa State, First Daily proudly honors Senator Duoye Diri as the 2025 Governor of the Year on Infrastructural Development. Award.
Thank you. Could the representative of His Excellency, Senator Duoye Diri, please step forth, please? Thank you very much. Let's put our hands together for him. As we also invite our distinguished guest of honor, His Excellency Ambassador Dr. Godness Igali, to make the presentation on behalf of First Daily Excellence Award to Governor Duoye Diri as Governor of the Year on Infrastructural Development. Thank you, sir. Oh, yes, sir. Let me turn. You also make
Your Excellency.
Yes, sir. Which one do you prefer?
Your Excellency, or Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, let me, before I present the award, join to congratulate our brother Maxine and First Daily for bringing us together. I've never been in a hall with so many leading journalists in the country. I see my sister Dawn Okogbara, one of the leading journalists both in Nigeria and the UK, also here with us, and so many other people. And I think this is fantastic. The esprit de corps among you all is quite positive for the democracy of the country and the growth of the country. But it is also a signpost of the fact that Maxine is a good person. He has done well for himself and for the profession. And that is why you have all come to congregate around him on this occasion. And I thank you all for doing that. And let's keep it alive. Let's keep that camaraderie alive as we go forward. Secondly, we've spoken a lot, and I was not surprised. I know Sam Amadi very well. He likes to flatter me by saying my Oga. I think Sam Amadi, unflatteringly, is one of the most brilliant people in this country. It can be disruptive sometimes, but it's positive disruption that Sam Amadi brings to the national space. And like his political mentor, the late Ojo Maduekwe, who was, I think, the most brilliant politician, or one of the most brilliant ever produced by this country. A man with eclectic mind. But then Sam has continued this tradition this trajectory of Ojo Madueke. Ojo Madueke could take you on any topic, religion, medicine, philosophy, and this is how Sam Amadi has turned. The unfortunate thing is that his case is like that of Bishop Kuka, because people got used to Father Kuka. And even when he became a bishop, they continued calling him Father Kuka. Sam Amadi is a professor, and because we are used to Dr. Sam Amadi, we continue to call him Dr. Sam Amadi. But Professor Sam Amadi, we are very proud of you, and we thank you for the points you made. On the topic of the day, let me say this before, and with all due apologies to the governor who is standing, governor pro tempore, just temporary governor. You see, history of humanity has shown that human societies change because of civil action. Civic action must continue. Don't give up. Mass media, those of you who are in the public space, those of you who are in activist space, we must continue knocking the door. It is by knocking the door that after 400 years, slave trade came to an end. With all different groups in the UK, in the United States, continue to advocate that this practice of selling fellow human beings and turning them to chattels is wrong. They did not carry guns to stop slavery, but it was by civic action of groups advocating. Senator Dixon spoke about apartheid. Apartheid in South Africa, yes, there was Nkonto Wasweze, the militant arm, but it was more by action, civic action, of people like Mandela and his group who kept positive resistance, civic resistance, resisting what is wrong in a positive way without being violent, that brought the change. The same thing we saw also in the United States, where the right of black people to be recognized as human beings, to do away with the Jim Crow laws, was through Martin Luther King, Jesse Jackson, and those who followed them by civic action, positive resistance to what is wrong. So we must continue. And that's why what the panel said, and different members of the panel advocated, for us to keep sensitizing our people. Let's not give up. Let me say this. Our villagers, or let us use the word, although pejoratively sometimes, the ordinary people are not as ignorant as we think they are, or as hungry as we think they are. They still have that African moral consciousness of doing what is right. In 2019 election, I was in a place where two old women, somewhere in Bayelsa State were discussing. Two candidates. One of them, his party was giving 15,000 naira to people. The other one, well, unfortunately, his party also did something, but 5,000. These two old women were talking among themselves, and I was conscious as a political actor. They said, we'll not go collect that 15,000. This boy not be good boy. Now thief. These old women, we may say they are uneducated, but they were telling each other. The other one called them, come, we will not go there. If they give 15,000, we'll not go collect them. Now thief. And they went to the place of 5,000, queued up, and voted, and I believe they collected 5,000. But what I'm trying to say is that it is not always right for us to assume that people will do the wrong thing. How did Arab Spring change the Arab world? Not just by civic action. People felt what is going on is not right. So what I want to say, and to encourage First Daily and encourage the rest of you in media and in the civic space to continue. Don't give up, because this is what brings change to the nations of the world. By those who are in a position to speak out, continuing and roughing it through, one day change will come. If slave trade could end, if apartheid could end, if what was happening, the Jim Crow laws of where blacks were treated as subhumans could end through civic action, this issue of lack of proper democratic culture in our political system will end. Finally, and I say finally, we have not addressed one matter, Senator Dixon, ladies and gentlemen. The rigging starts at the level of the parties. Senator Dixon knows I tried to be governor of my state sometimes. Unfortunately, Sam Amadi also is an attempted, because he tried to be something in Imo State. and so many other Nigerians. In fact, Patutomi wrote a book and said politics in Africa is dangerous because you are supposed to vote in one place, and the people who are to conduct the election go to another place to conduct the election. And after they announce the result, the police sign, INEC sign, and they said the election took place where there was no at the party level. So when we came back to this Fourth Republic, some of the best Nigerians, I'm not saying those who are in charge are not good people, some of the most talented came out, presented themselves, but they were not even given the chance. So we have to address that matter of lack of internal democracy in our political parties. So you are just excluded from the process. And then if you go to court, they say it's an internal matter of the party. So a lot of people, this is Olisa Agbakoba, is it Patutomi, so many other people, were weeded out. And I remember a personal experience where we went for a party primary, and somebody who was supposed to conduct the election, a retired military general, and then a character came out and said, we have adopted a consensus person. Then I called him, I said, look, don't go and announce that there was an election. Just say there was consensus. The next day, results were released, and results were awarded to people. And the military man signed, INEC signed, and everybody signed. When I spoke, they said, look, this is Nigeria. So I think we must address what happens at the level of the political parties. We are weeding away some of the best people, either for money or people are afraid of you or whatever. I think this matter must be addressed because if we keep weeding away some of the very best that the country can produce, this will continue to go down into the generations, and this is not good for us. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Well, once more, on behalf of First Daily, on behalf of all of us who are present here, it is my pleasure to present this Award of Excellence to His Excellency Senator Doye Diri, Governor of Bayelsa State, as Governor of the Year, Infrastructural Development, and we urge him to keep this work of infrastructural development alive in Bayelsa State. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. Your Excellency, my former boss, I stand here this afternoon highly honored to receive this award on behalf of my principal, the Governor of Bayelsa State, Senator Doye Diri. I feel honored standing here this afternoon because the man who took over from my former boss has turned our state into a big construction site, building on the foundation that he laid. So I'm very happy that I'm here receiving this award today. Let me use up the organizers of this program. My dear friend, Dr. Ma First News, I want to thank you and to congratulate you. And may the Lord continue to bless you. Thank you very much.
Lawal has continued to deliver on his promises to the people despite the daunting security challenges. Drawing on his rich private sector experience, Governor Lawal has recorded remarkable achievements across key sectors. His urban renewal policy is transforming the physical landscape of Zamfara cities and towns, while his bold declaration of a state of emergency in education. Under his watch, agriculture has regained its pride of place, with the free distribution of fertilizers, pesticides, and herbicides to farmers, boosting productivity and food security. Similarly, the revitalization of the health sector, especially through free maternal care programs for rural women, has saved countless lives and renewed public confidence in government institutions. Through these transformative policies and quiet but determined leadership, Governor Lawal has restored dignity to governance and rekindled hope among the people. for his exemplary leadership, people-centered governance, and commitment to the progress of Zamfara State. First Daily proudly honors Dr. Dauda Lawal with the 2025 Award of Excellence in Good Governance.
Thank you very much. Thank you. May we now invite the representative of His Excellency, the Governor of Zamfara State. Thank you very much, sir. Let's put our hands together for him. Where is,
Thank you very much. Congratulations. I wouldn't know how many of you have been to Zamfara State before and now. Governor Dauda Lawal is unarguably one of the most outstanding Nigerians of our time. A banker, a scholar, a great nationalist. He has turned the fortunes of Zamfara State, one of the most endowed states in the country around. And we are proud to join First Daily today to present this Excellence Award to His Excellency Governor Dauda Lawal, Governor of the Great Zamfara State, as Governor of the Year, Good Governance. So we all congratulate you and send our congratulations to my friend Governor Dauda Lawal. So I'm sure you want to say something on behalf of the governor.
Thank you very much. I thank you for this award. I thank the organizers of this award. On behalf of my principal, I want to say a big thank you. I want to say that this is a validation that his good work is being recognized. And believe me, we will not take this for granted. We'll continue to push harder. We'll double our efforts, and we'll continue to do better. Once again, thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, sir. Thank you very much. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much, Your Excellency, Ambassador Bolade Gali. Thank you. Welcome back. Thank you. I'm sorry about the break in transmission. We'll continue with the award ceremonies. This time around, we're going to Rivers State, and an unusual award for His Excellency Governor Sim Fubara, the Governor of Rivers State, an award for excellence on civil service development and workers' welfare. Let's share his citation.
Development and workers' welfare. The Governor of Rivers State, Sir Siminalayi Fubara, Governor of Rivers State, is being honored today for his unwavering commitment to the welfare and advancement of the state's workforce. From the prompt and consistent payment of salaries to the regular settlement of pensions and gratuities, Governor Fubara has redefined the standard for responsible and compassionate governance. His administration's actions have restored dignity, confidence, and motivation among serving and retired public servants in Rivers State. Governor Fubara was the first governor in Nigeria to implement the new 70,000 Naira minimum wage, and in a remarkable show of empathy and progressive leadership, he went further to raise it to 85,000 Naira. As a former civil servant, Governor Fubara deeply understands the value of hard work and the importance of rewarding service. His policies affirm his belief that every worker deserves a decent and timely wage, and that retirees must be accorded the honor and benefits they have earned through years of dedicated service. Ladies and gentlemen, it is therefore with great pride that we present Sir Siminalayi Joseph Fubara, Governor of Rivers State, with the Award of Excellence for Civil Service Development and Workers' Welfare.
Thank you. A round of applause as we invite Dr. Dakuku Peter Said to please step forward to receive this award on behalf of His Excellency Governor Sim Fubara. Please, sir, if you don't mind. Thank you very much. Let's put our hands together for him. And may we have the special honor and privilege to invite the chairman of the occasion, distinguished Senator Seriake Dickson, to make the presentation on behalf of First Daily. Thank you, sir. The award, please. Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of First Daily, it is my singular honor and indeed privilege to present this award to the Governor of Rivers State, His Excellency Siminalayi Fubara, who is doing so well in a lot of areas, and specifically for civil service welfare development. That's what this award says. Congratulations.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Let me invite a prominent and patriotic daughter of Rivers State to join me. Dawn Okobara, please join me on stage.
It's a bit tricky there. Yeah, so Azibola will present for the last three. NDDC.
It is my pleasure and honor to hand over this award to my elder sister, prominent daughter of Rivers State. By the way, her father was a former minister of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, and she will speak on our behalf.
Dakuku is a troublemaker.
Am I?
Big troublemaker. Anyway, look, let me not lie. I was fighting for our governor. I was very much on his side. Throughout, when the state of emergency drama occurred in Rivers State, and I was quite upset with him when he went to go and reconcile with the people who caused the problem. But he's still my brother, and Dakuku's brother, and Dakuku is even from his village. So he's done well in some areas. Certainly he has been very good to civil servants. They hail him, and he's genuinely popular too. Even if people are a little bit apprehensive about who his political masters are, Sim Fubara is in fact a governor who is loved by his people. So thank you for this. Thank you very much.
All right, let me join my sister to thank Maxine and First Daily, it used to be First News, for this award to our governor, Ama Opusenebo Siminalayi Joseph Fubara. Like Sister Donna said, you can take away everything from him. You can't take away the fact that he's done well for the civil service.
For 8 years preceding his tenure, not a single civil servant in Rivers State was promoted, so properly said. Not one. Not a single civil servant was sent for any form of training under the previous government. And so you can understand the kind of change, the kind of fresh air when he came on saddle as governor of Rivers State. He gave them a lot of opportunity for training, capacity building. He promoted a lot of civil servants, engaged new persons in service. And so he's done very well in that area. And I think that First Daily assessed very well. If you look around the country, indeed, I've been around. And when I say I've been around, I have a number of governors as friends. I move around. In the area of civil service, Governor Siminalayi Fubara has done very, very well. And let me take the liberty of this opportunity to thank Maxine for the great things he has accomplished with this platform. Maxine, I'm a contributor to the platform on a weekly basis. And I've had the opportunity to see this platform grow. It has become the favorite of many persons who are interested in developments in the country, not just within Nigeria. When you are outside the country and engage with people, they tell you the platforms they go when they want authentic news. There is so much, I don't want to say fake news out there. If you talk about credible news, credible sources of news, you can deny the fact that First Daily is indeed one or first among equals. It's a credible platform. It is a credible platform. And that's why I contribute to that platform. I don't have a lot of time to waste on some of these things.
And we need to thank Governor Dixon for mentoring Daniel.
Governor Dixon, thank you very, very much. And for today, I also want to thank Professor Sam Amadi. You gave an incisive lecture, very practical. It's not on theoretical basis. You see, rhetorics don't make changes. Rhetorics it's a vehicle. Until we begin to apply our intellect to the challenges we face daily, we're not going to change society. Intellect is useless if it's not applied to solve problems. And that's what Professor Sam Amadi has done today. And for our panelists, I could see the passion in almost all of you. One thing is common, a common denominator if you listen to all the presentations. The challenge is the Nigerian people. Now, the National Assembly has literally failed us, with all apologies to Governor Seriake Dickson. Our institutions have been captured and they have failed us. Our institutions have failed. So if our institutions have failed, the National Assembly too has failed. The guardrails of democracy has collapsed. We, the Nigerian people, are we going to raise our hands in total surrender, in helplessness? That cannot happen. And so, of all these segments, the people with the power to change this country today, to all the panelists, cannot go back. And so the question is, how do we raise that consciousness? How do we raise that awareness amongst our people? And we're doing a lot already. But please, can we do more to raise awareness? Wow. To raise awareness amongst our people, raise the consciousness to the point that the people will begin to demand accountability. That is the only way out of this current situation, this current quagmire. So I thank our panelists and Dr. Sam Amadi. I hope that we take home that lesson, that we must all go back right now and begin to mobilize the people. Even the judiciary, if they know that there are consequences for bad decisions or compromised decisions, they won't do it. So let's invest our energy in that area that matters most, to raise the consciousness, the awareness amongst our people. Enough of this rhetorics. Rhetorics won't change anything until we begin to take action. And the starting point to take action is to raise awareness amongst our people, to raise consciousness amongst our people, to demand change, to demand a new way of doing things. Until then, I am sorry that we shouldn't expect much. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you. And as chairman of the occasion, may I add, all these problems were caused by his former party, the APC.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. We're indeed honored by this. Dr. Peter Said, thank you also, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Auntie Donuko Gwara. Thank you. Thank you very much for this special honor. We're effecting some quick changes so that we can round up before we leave. We'll take the citation on Dr. C.M. Ibeto, and thereafter the citation on Kevin Chinedu Arua back to back, so that we can invite them up here.
First Daily Award of Excellence, Most Valuable Seaport and Terminal Operator in Nigeria. The Ibeto Seaport and Terminal stands as a shining testament to private sector ingenuity, innovation, and vision. Located in Rivers State, this state-of-the-art maritime hub, owned by renowned businessman and philanthropist Chief Cletus Ibeto, has redefined Nigeria's maritime and logistics landscape. With its modern infrastructure and efficient operations, the Ibeto Seaport has positioned itself as a major gateway for commerce, trade, and industrial development in the oil-rich Niger Delta region. Aside its strategic importance, the seaport's enormous contribution to job creation, local empowerment, and economic diversification continues to drive regional and national growth. This recognition celebrates not only the remarkable achievements of the Ibeto Seaport, but also the visionary leadership of the man behind it. Ladies and gentlemen, please join us as we honor a trailblazing entrepreneur and nation builder, Chief Cletus Ibeto, with the First Daily Award of Excellence as the most valuable seaport and terminal operator in Nigeria.
Thank you very much. C.M. Ibeto, to please step forth, please. Thank you. Okay. Deborah Debas, thank you very much. Well, there's a shorter route here, so that your votes will count. But we now invite Professor Steve Azaiki, please, to do us the special honors of making the presentation on behalf of First Daily. To make the presentation on behalf of First Daily to our award recipient, Dr. C.M. Ibeto, ably represented. Thank you very much, Prof. It's been a while. So you speak to us because we required some goodwill message from you earlier, then you make the presentation. Yes, sir.
Your Excellency, the chairman of this occasion, let me recognize Ambassador Godno Segali, our host, the representative of the governor of Bayelsa State. I was thinking that I will have the opportunity of making my goodwill message, but now the opportunity has come, so please just 1 minute. I won't spend more than 3 minutes, actually. First, I want to acknowledge the fact that Maxine Iworisto Daniel has done very well. And I like the fact that he's been consistent. And I support you. And I believe that you will do much more. And we are here to support you. Because Governor Dixon is here, it will be inappropriate for me not to just say one or two things. Governor Dixon brought me into politics. Allow me to say, brought me into governance. Dixon brought me into politics. And I acknowledge that. Let me just say one thing. I keep worried about time. Nelson Mandela was never worried about those who know more than him or know what he knows. That around him, he was never afraid of that. Governor Dixon is one distinguished leader that is never afraid of superior arguments. And I acknowledge that. Professor Sam Amadi is what we call primus inter pares, sui generis. You are a unique man, and you are very, let me say, you are very ebullient. You have addressed it so profoundly that I have nothing to add. Thank you very much. Now about this award. Dr. C.M. Ibeto, on behalf of First Daily.
If you step closer to.
All right. Yes, sir. On behalf of First Daily, I have the honor and the privilege to present this award to Dr. C.M. Ibeto, CON, Chairman, CEO, Ibeto Group, as the most valuable seaport terminal private sector operator in the Federal Republic of Nigeria, given this day, 10th November.
Will she have something to say, Madam, on behalf?
Okay. On behalf of my boss, I want to say thank you to the leadership of First Daily. Thanks.
Please, just. Thank you very much, Prof. Thank you. Can we have the citation on our next award recipient, Kevin Chinedu Arua? Please.
Outstanding Creative Personality of the Year.
Oluchi, 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 I want you don't be a changed man now. God have everything you are doing here is transparent. Now sign on that 12. On that 12. You don't know why you got democracy. They decrease. Now that we are done with this election, this is not my result. This is not my result. We have evidence. Meet us in court. You tell India you did a good job. Thank you. I have evidence. Deji, do something. Yes, I will make sure I sue. This is tough. With the signature, put me written on it. We are far ahead. Do something. Deji.
Kevin Chinedu Arua, popularly known as Kevin Black, is a Nigerian comedian, actor, and content creator whose remarkable creativity has captivated audiences across Africa. Through his hit skit series, Governor Amunike, he brilliantly employs satire to expose the corruption, inefficiency, and comic absurdities often associated with African leadership. With wit, originality, and a deep sense of social awareness, Kevin Black has turned humor into a tool for reflection and change, inspiring laughter while provoking thoughts. Today, we proudly honor Kevin Black as the Outstanding Creative Personality of the Year.
Let's see the edit.
Thank you. May we now invite a co-collaborator of Governor Amunike here. Peter, you would have to step forth for Kevin Chinedu Arua alias Kevin Black alias Governor Amunike to receive this award on his behalf. Prof, please. This is co-collaborator in this matters.
Your Excellency, this award is very unique. And before I present this award, let me just mention that one of the things we did not look at, when we didn't look at the party defections. When you look at our Constitution, Section 68(1)(g), states that if you defect, you have to resign your position, but because of the proviso that the order, considering what followed next, it gave us a kind of safe haven, and we find a way to go around it. I think the National Assembly should be specific now that if you defect, you lose your position. Let that be very clear. So I wanted to add that to the contribution we've made today. So these awards is given by First Daily, Award of Excellence, to Kevin Shinedu Arua, alias Governor Amunike, as an outstanding creative personality of the year. Congratulations.
Your Excellencies, because time is fast spent, I shouldn't have said anything. But due to the nature of the actual recipient of this award, I have to do a video because he always has an edit. May they not say we go edit this thing. So it is an award for Kelvin Black, Governor Amuneke, His Excellency, my governor. On his mandate, Nigerians' eyes shall open. Thank you, First Daily. I will do as you have said and deliver the message, and our prayer is that may every...
Ladies and gentlemen, we're bringing up the rear is the Managing Director of the NDDC. The citation, please.
Award of Excellence as Chief Executive Officer of the Year, Public Sector. Under the visionary leadership of Dr. Samuel Obuku, the Niger Delta Development Commission, NDDC, has been remarkably repositioned to fulfill its core mandate as an effective interventionist agency for the people of the Niger Delta region. Today, the region is witnessing renewed vitality and progress. Abandoned projects are being completed, while new people-centered initiatives are springing up across communities, bringing development closer to the people. Among the Commission's landmark initiatives is the Operation Light Up Niger Delta project, which is illuminating communities and driving local enterprise, as well as the revival of the free medical outreach program, providing critical health care to thousands of residents who had long been underserved. Equally commendable are the institutional reforms championed by Dr. Samuel Obuku, which have dismantled bureaucratic bottlenecks, enhanced transparency, and strengthened service delivery within the NDDC. Ladies and gentlemen, First Daily proudly presents Dr. Samuel Obuku, Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer of the Niger Delta Development Commission, as the Chief Executive Officer of the Year, Public Sector.
Thank you. May we now invite Mr. Sam Eko, please, to Ima Eko, ECO. Please step forth. Let's put our hands together for him. You're welcome, sir. We have the special privilege and honor to invite Barrister Zibola Robert to make the presentation on behalf of First Daily. Please, let's put our hands together for him. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Few remarks before? Yes. And for the presentation. Thank you. No, you do remarks then maybe. Okay. So you can do that if you prefer. Yeah. Go ahead, sir.
Okay, I only want you to stand, keep standing. So I was trying to ease the burden. But on behalf of First Daily, I present to you Dr. Samuel Obuku.
This is that Dr. Samuel Obuku has impacted a lot, from community development to human empowerment to infrastructural development to constantly engaging stakeholders from the region. You cannot help but acknowledge his strides. So I'd like to say a big thank you to First Daily for this wonderful honor, and congratulations on 5 years of outstanding reportage. Congratulations.
He asked me to let you know that you remain his son, and he will have been here, but for the exigencies of today. And community with you, and you have made us proud, just like Goodluck Jonathan has made us proud in this country. And most importantly, we have always made Nigerians proud because we're a special breed of people where oil was first discovered in Nigeria in 1967, Oloibiri, where your community is. And the fact that this platform, it appears to me there could be gray areas, people will be dispute, but it happens to be one of the most credible platforms in Nigeria today. I open my phone every day to read what First Daily is saying. And each day, I know that whatever I read from you is the news. That's the story. And you have come with this smack of responsible journalism, which has deviated in this country in times of political deviations. It's gratifying that you still stand on the truth and always have stood for the truth. So First Daily, we hope that in the next few years, 5, 10 years, or even when we are far gone, the First Daily will become the mouthpiece of Nigeria, and Nigeria will be proud of you as one of those that has made a difference. Growing up as a child, I used to read about great newspapers like The Guardian. It was it was almost like the conscience of Nigeria. We think that you should strive to be the conscience of Nigeria always. And to the panelists, especially my friend Randy Peters, thank you so much for what you are doing for Nigeria. Those of us who are on the other side of business, we are always watching and seeing those who are making progress and making changes in this country. And to all members of the civil society, including my friend Sam Amadi, when I left university in 1994, I went to law school and graduated in 1995 as a lawyer. Sam Amadi was 2 years ahead of me in the bar. And I was to work with Gani as well. Lady Mita gave me a note to Gani, to work with Gani. And Gani looked at me and said that if you leave Port Harcourt to come and work with me in Lagos, then what happens to the comrades in Port Harcourt? You will have left a vacuum in Port Harcourt. So please go back to Port Harcourt. We'll be in touch. We'll always be in touch. And incidentally, there is this great photo that Gani Fahimi took in Port Harcourt while defending Ken Saro-Wiwa, which you appeared inside. And it's unfortunate that I was standing by you, but I did not appear in that photo. So I need to create the record. Now that there is edit by Kelvin Black can actually edit me into that photo so that it can become an history. Sorry. But one thing I want to clear, because there are people I respect, including my senior brother here, Right Honorable Senator, His Excellency Chief Seriaka Dixon. Civil society person. By the way, I did see a lot of civil society, formed NGOs and fought military regimes before I branched into business. I wanted to also make a correction. Of course, you know that a lot of people know me as Goodluck Jonathan's brother. It's not just about being a brother of Goodluck Jonathan. It's actually my spiritual mentor and everything. And I keep studying him as a book, so that I can graduate from his mannerism. But unfortunately, I have not been able to graduate. I might not graduate, but I am learning a lot. Amechi mentioned something here. Unfortunately, it's not on seat, and I really would like to put the record straight so that people will know exactly what it was in 2013. shouldn't be about how mobilization was done. Yes, people were mobilized on both sides, but the outcome depended on who was on the seat and his approach to life. And yes, Goodluck Jonathan is one of those persons who says that his ambition is not worth the blood of anybody. And I think that that should be a lesson for all of us, that any president who is on seat should always emphasize that killing of innocents on account of achieving political power should be immoral. So, however, Amaechi also said about going to the US or not going to the US. Actually, it's true that people went to the US, and that's not something that we can hide away under the rug. People went to the US, and we know why people went to the US. And he also mentioned that when Kerry came, he came to tell the government that government should do peaceful elections. When John Kerry came to Nigeria in 2014, he went to Lagos. He never went to the villa. I was in the villa. He never went to the villa. He came as a private citizen. He didn't come as a guest of the government of Nigeria. And he went back from Lagos. So he met the opposition in Lagos, and he came to make a particular statement to the opposition in Lagos. Now, if you wind a little further, immediately after Kerry came and left, somebody by name David Axelrod. David Axelrod was the senior special advisor to Obama, became the strategic campaign strategist of the APC. It was not a coincidence that a sitting president of the United States, Barack Obama, sent his senior special advisor to become the chief strategist of the Buhari campaign. It's not a hidden secret. We need to keep these records straight always. And in any case, it appears to me as an individual, and this I'm not speaking on behalf of Goodluck Jonathan, he might have his own views on these issues differently, but I mean, as someone who has worked and has stayed behind him, I owe it a duty to always voice out and say it exactly as it is, no matter whose ox is God. Now, Goodluck Jonathan, prior to 2013, signed a bill, the Anti-Gay Bill. 2013, signed the Anti-Gay Law, the bill into law. And that law clearly angered the Barack Obama's government. Of course, you know that at that point in time, Barack Obama was fixated on gay rights. Gay rights, a man marrying a man, a woman marrying a man changing to a woman, and a woman changing to a man. That was it. And even the White House was adorned for the first time in history. The White House was adorned with the Gay Pride flag. And there was a Gay Pride Day that was specifically for that purpose. So when Goodluck Jonathan signed the anti-gay law, being the most populous country in the world, when Goodluck Jonathan signed that, it angered the gay rights community, and including Barack Obama. Thankfully, and it was on account of that a lot of things, you know, I mean, there was so much things that happened that are under the carpet right now. But thankfully, I, as a Christian, and I'm sure most of you as Christians, black race, we do not believe in gay rights. I don't think that being a gay or not being a gay should be a determinant of the leadership of a country. Thankfully, for the first time, Donald Trump came and said that in the U.S. passport, and that was yesterday or day before yesterday, 3 days ago, that the U.S. passport should recognize male and female only. And for me, it is a victory that has come all along 2013 till today, that the US now is reversing course. So I wanted to make these things very clear, that there are things that we publicly are publicly known, but there are things that we just hushly keep quiet because, we know that over time, it will reveal a lot of things. So thank you so much for and that's not to say that I don't have respect for Rotimi Amechi. I have a whole lot of respect for him as one who has been an advocate of the people, and he has fought and he's always fighting. But we need to make it clear that the 2014-2015 election, whether it was won or it was lost, it was not because people mobilized, but because there was something that was part of the process that caused what has happened. However, Goodluck Jonathan appears to be a very happy person today, always smiling and has no enemies to fight as always. So he's always happy that Nigeria one day will make progress with all of us, working together as a team with people like Sam Amadi, and he's in fact made himself a champion of civil society, such that the Goodluck Jonathan Foundation is the only other foundation that gathers civil society across Africa to discuss the issues of democracy in Nigeria, issues of democracy across Africa, and all that. So I'm happy to be here with First Daily, and hope we will be part of you, and you will be part of us always. Thank you, and God bless you.
Thank you. Please, another round of applause for Barrister Zibola Robert. Thank you. Thank you for that tour de force. It is necessary to set this record straight. When we began this process earlier today, or earlier in the morning, I threw a challenge to all of us that we should, in our own local languages, find out what the word is for opponent, as in political opponent. What do you call it in your local language? Does it equate opponent, or somebody who challenges or is it an enemy? Thank you all very much, most distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It's been a wonderful day. I can't move the vote of thanks, as well as the editor of the publication of First Daily. And I have the privilege and pleasure to invite the operating officer, the editor of First Daily, Mr. Ebere Unduku, to thank us all very much in as many languages as possible. Thank you, as possible. Thank you. Thank you, Ebere. Please.
His Excellencies, our distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of First Daily, I want to humbly express our profound gratitude to every one of us here today who is celebrating with us in this our milestone, our 5th anniversary. I say, may our God bless each and every one of us in Jesus' name. And also, I want to also use this opportunity for those of us who believe in true journalism, responsible journalism, that this event today reestablishes our commitment to ensure that we continue to be truthful in our reportage. We promise that we will continue to uphold all that will strengthen this nation, our democracy, our unity. First Daily have come to stay, having stayed these 5 years, doing good work. We cannot stop continuing with what we have started 5 years ago. We want to promise that all of us in First News, all our readers, our partners, will not fail you. So, in general, we at First News, once again, want to express our sincere gratitude to every one of you. We say, may God bless this country, Nigeria. May God bless all of us. Thank you very much. Thank you, all of you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Ebere Unduku, thank you for that. When we began this process, we committed it to the able and capable hands of God Almighty. And so as we bring it to a close, may I urge us all to be upstanding as we render the national pledge as closing prayer. We'll have it screened on the screen so that we'll recite it as a prayer. Is that it? Are we good to go? O God of creation, grant this our one request. Thank you all very much. May God bless you. Thank you. Congratulations once more, First Daily. Thank you for all of what you've done today. Mr. Chairman, our guest lecturer, keynote speaker, our panelists. Thank you, and thank you. God bless you all.
Of the people, of small number of people, by small number of people, over large number of people who are deprived of what they need to have in life. Now that is not democracy that will endure. So if you are talking of democracy failing in Africa, democracy in Africa has failed. And why has it failed? Because it didn't have any, in context and in content, it's not African. It does not have any aspect of our culture